Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and begin our council meeting shortly. We're going to begin this evening with a moment of silence to recognize the second anniversary of the line of service death of Andy Valena, who died at the age of 33, a member of our fire department, an employee of the city of Vista for over 11 years. He succumbed to his illness on April 25th, 2021. So if you would join me in a moment of silence to remember him. Thank you. We're going to begin our council meeting this evening with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record should reflect that all members are present with the exception of Councilmember O'Donnell.
And our city attorney, Walter Chung, will bring us out of closed session.
The council took no reportable action in closed session this afternoon.
And Councilmember Melendez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we are honored to have with us this evening the Reverend Dr. Stephen Johnson, who's going to lead us in our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Father God, in Jesus' name, we know that you're not done with California, with USA, with Vista. We ask you to move by your spirit of this city. We ask you to help people to change lives and make it a place where people can live, not just to survive, but live and thrive. Father, we pray for your will, your blessing, your strength, and your help in every one of these city council members and in this city. We thank you for your grace, your goodness, and your blessing on this meeting tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Okay, now our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has some procedural announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District shall receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed on the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of discussion rather than leaving in the middle of an item. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To speak on an item on the agenda this evening, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk here on the dais. Speaker slips are available just outside the chamber doors. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the city council this evening. And now we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Okay, we do have 2 presentations this evening, so I'd like to invite the council to join me at the podium. The first of our 2 presentations is to congratulate the 24th graduating class of the Vista Leadership Academy. We have with us tonight the graduates and their families. The Leadership Academy provides insight to Vista residents on the city's operations and many of its responsibilities and functions. Our first academy, conducted in 2007, was an overwhelming success, and the program's popularity has continued to grow. Congratulations to the spring 2023 participants. Please come up as I call your name and remain standing so we can take a quick photo together. Andrew Guerrero, Patricia Guerrero, Ann Hall, Jennifer Lenardic, Odalis Lopez, Melanie Saidi, Darcy Thompson, Saba Wali, and Richard Wilder. And we'd also like to recognize those graduates who were not able to join us this evening, beginning with Farouza Fourazamand, Gail Frazier, Colby Carzon, Perla Martinez, and Perla Martinez. Everybody squeeze in a little for a picture.
Come on in a little further here. This is 2 rows. Hey, look at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. These citizens invested 6 weeks, Kathy? 8 weeks, an evening every week into all the different departments and operations of the city. So they are part of the elite citizenry now that really knows what we're doing here and can go out and spread the message. So we would encourage each and every one of you to consider participating in our Citizen Leadership Academy. For more information about that, please reach out to Kathy Valdez, kvaldez@cityofvista.com. Our final presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring May 2023 as National Bike Month and Thursday, May 18, 2023 as Bike Anywhere Day in the city of Vista. We'd like to invite Ala Valdespino and Erica Carter from the Vista Community Clinic to come forward to accept this proclamation.
All right, let's go.
Our proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the month of May is National Bike Month and May 18th, 2023 is Bike Anywhere Day in the San Diego region, and whereas there are nearly 1,800 miles of bikeways in the San Diego region, making the San Diego region one of the best places to explore local communities and go bike to the beach, park, school, work, or local restaurants, and where biking is an emission-free, healthy transportation alternative for short car trips that reduces traffic congestion. And the San Diego Association of Governments is organizing Bike Anywhere Day on May 18th, 2023 to encourage students, families, commuters, bike enthusiasts, and people new to biking to replace a car trip with a bike trip and pledge to go by bike to an official pit stop from 6 to 9 a.m. on May 18th. Now, therefore, the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby encourage everyone to go by bike this May and throughout the year, and do hereby proclaim May 2023 as National Bike Month and Thursday, May 18th, 2023 as Bike Anywhere Day in the city of Vista. Fred's going to get a picture of us here.
We'll book in.
And I understand you have a brief presentation that you'd like to share with us, so we'll invite you to do that now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and community members here and also watching online. My name is Erica Carter. I'm with the Community Health Department in Vista Community Clinic. This is my colleague.
And my name is Ala Valdespino, also with the Community Health Department at Vista Community Clinic.
So we just wanted to take this opportunity to let everyone know a little bit more about Bike Anywhere Day, even though in the proclamation it has a lot of great information. So if you could go to the SANDAG website, you can take the free pledge to Bike Anywhere here locally in Vista or travel anywhere else.
So, en la página de web de Sandag, ahí van a encontrar diferentes maneras de cómo andar en bicicleta no nomás en la ciudad de Vista, pero también en otros lugares del condado.
Next slide, please. As you just heard, May is National Bike Month and National Bike Safety Month, so it's really an opportunity for us to celebrate biking as a means of transportation. Going by bike does help reduce harmful impacts of our air quality, congestion, and vehicle miles traveled. And over time, it can actually prevent many chronic diseases, obesity, diabetes, depression, heart disease, and cancer.
So, el mes de mayo es mes nacional de andar en bicicleta y con este mes estamos celebrando andar en bicicleta y usando el ciclismo como un modo de transporte. Andando en bicicleta ayuda a reducir los impactos no vistos en la calidad del aire, la congestión y las millas recorridas por vehículos, y con el tiempo usando la bicicleta con modo constante ayuda a reducir la obesidad, enfermedades crónicas, las condiciones de corazón, el cáncer, diabetes y la depresión.
Next slide. So we encourage you all to go by bike on Thursday, May 18th, and we will be here at the Civic Center and hosting a bike pit stop. We will have goodies and t-shirts, and we are doing this in coordination with the city of Vista. And we also have some other local businesses who will be out there. So even if you don't already use biking as a means of transportation, maybe this is your opportunity to get out there and give it a try. And you can go to sandag.org/bike month to find a list of pit stops, which is on the next slide as well.
Oh, can you go back one second? So, aquí en la ciudad de Vista vamos a tener una parada el día 18 de mayo, que es un jueves. Vamos a estar aquí en la ciudad de Vista en el estacionamiento de 6 a.m. a 9 a.m. Vamos a tener comida para los que vienen a visitarnos en la bicicleta. También vamos a tener diferentes retos, información, y queremos saber cómo ustedes andan en bicicleta por la ciudad, porque también queremos escuchar de la gente que anda en sus bicicletas.
And that's it. So check out the website and learn more and sign up. Thank you.
And
Before you go, I think Deputy Mayor Contreras may have a question for you.
Yes, I think Ala was going to say the Spanish portion, though. So I'll go after.
Oh, please.
Oye, nomás iba a decir que nos vengan a visitar, y como si pueden ver en la mapa, somos la única parada aquí en la ciudad de Vista. So I mentioned that on the map, right now we are the only pit stop in the city of Vista.
Very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And all I wanted to say was that this is fantastic. And I think the city of Vista maybe unintentionally celebrated Bike Everywhere Day a month early, because for the first time ever, the council has approved protected bike lanes. And Mr. Connolly, when do we anticipate that we'll start seeing these bike lanes rolled out?
We are contracted for that now, so we're hoping to see the first of those before the end of the year.
Awesome. And do you know about how many miles of protected bike lanes we're looking at?
I
Pop quiz.
don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. So hopefully next year when we celebrate this Bike Everywhere, we will be able to do so in protected bike lanes. And I don't know if it's appropriate for the city to also maybe have some plans to show the community at this pit stop of where the proposed bike lanes are going to be. But I think that would be an awesome idea. And just also let the public know that we're, not only are we doing these protected bike lanes with the little flexible posts, but the council did authorize $450,000 for future allocations of making them a little bit more protected with asphalt berms. So just letting the public know where we're at and where we intend to go. Thank you so much for the presentation.
That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 12 consent items this evening. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to move to approve the consent calendar as presented, but I also just wanted to thank staff for working on the solar permitting and the solar design on our exterior facility. So thank you guys so much for that. And with that, I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Seeing no other requests to speak and no speaker items from the public, please cast your votes. While we're waiting, I'm not going to pull C11, but I did want to mention, and I'm sure the public would be interested to know, we've got all of our Vista firefighters here. I want to recognize them for coming to support not only the second anniversary of Andy Valina's passing, but also our adoption this evening of 2 new ambulances and 12 new firefighters to operate them, which would be a 50% increase to our ambulance crews. We're very excited about that. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
Aye.
The item passes unanimously. Okay, and that will bring us to our oral communications this evening. We have 3 oral communication speakers at this time, the first of which is Joe Hood. And if you would be ready to be near the front of the chamber when you're next, we're followed by Ursula Sack and Nancy O'Schley.
Good evening. Climate change is code red for humanity, and conditions are getting worse. CO2 levels just hit a 3 million year record at 425 parts per million in our atmosphere in the past week. Thailand hit a record 114 degrees for April last week. CFCs are rising in our atmosphere, and we don't know why. And San Diego already has the 6th worst atmospheric ozone in the country. 1, the North County group of the Sierra Club has prepared a set of at-home climate actions available in English and Spanish. To recognize Earth Day, I have copies for each council member and the city manager. More copies can be downloaded from our website. Please help us share this widely. 2, let's decarbonize Vista. Ensure every public building has a microgrid. Emulate the Resilient Municipal Critical Facilities Program from the Bay Area. Cover every parking lot with level 2 solar-powered charging stations. Some California cities have received multi-million-dollar grants for decarbonization efforts and are applying for more. Has Vista applied for microgrid grants? 3, please add a climate topic to the agenda of every council meeting. 4, please impanel an environmental commission of volunteers to help the city. Finally, I ask you to watch Extrapolations, a new program on Apple TV for a glimpse of the possible near-future ravages of climate change. This shows a likely future for our children if we don't act. It's time to act, if not past time to act. Thank you.
Ursula Sack.
Good evening. I'm Ursula Sack. I am with GUARD. I wanted to thank you, first of all, for moving this oral communication segment to the beginning of the meeting. That does so much to help public participation. So thank you for that. Also, in speaking of public participation, one thing that I have brought up to some members, some people in the city, Mr. Conley and Ms. Valdez and I have done some emailing about it, and that has to do with something that I saw when I went to a Oceanside City meeting a few years ago. And what they had is they had a little document projector right there next to the microphone. So a person can come in and set it on the document projector. They might have a photo, they might have a document, they might have a drawing, whatever. And it auto focuses and bing, it appears on the screen. And that is just so great to help people make their point and to, be allowed to share more information, some visual information when they're discussing something. So I was told there is such a thing in this city. Is it that thing up there that you told me about, Ms. Valdez? Anyway, I'm told it doesn't work anymore. So I would like to ask this city to come up with, we call them Elmos when I was in schools, working in schools, document projector, or maybe there's some new technology where a person could just bring up their cell phone and just have that projected. Anyway, please bring us up to date, give us that opportunity. It would very much be appreciated and would help public participation. Thank you.
We would ask our audience, according to our municipal code, to please hold your applause. We ask, our next speaker is Nancy Oshley.
Yes, Nancy Oshley. Thank you, members of the council, for moving this up to the front. That's really nice, and for just being here and listening to us. And speaking of listening to us, in 2018, we had these workshops for the CAP update, and they were massively popular. Lots of people came out. In fact, the city, I think, got an award for it. And from that, we have Community Choice Energy. That'll be coming live next year. We have a CAP coordinator. Well, we're working on it. And one of the other items that I'm here to ask about tonight is possibly forming a CAP commission. And a CAP commission could be really helpful with the Community Choice Energy because there's going to be a lot of public information that has to happen beforehand to let people know what's going on. But not only that, like Joe is saying, people want to know what's going on with our climate action plan. They want to participate. You saw those Leadership Academy people. I'll bet there's at least 2 or 3 who'd be willing to sit on a commission that has to do with climate action plan. So that's my ask. And the other thing too, I think, is if we did something like that, it might help our grade with the climate action campaign too. So I don't know, maybe we can get like a B, I hope, next time. So that's it, thank you.
Okay, and that will now bring us to the first of 5 discussion items this evening. The first is D1, Safe Parking Program Operator Services Agreement. Our Homeless Services Program Manager, Jonathan Lung, will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jonathan Lung. I'm the Homeless Services Program Manager. This item will discuss the proposed safe parking program and seek Council's approval for the agreement to begin operation. We'll begin with some background on the program. When on January 25th, 2022, Council directed staff to research safe parking to support the strategic plan to address homelessness activity of securing shelter resources. On January 28th, 2022, Council approved an RFP to solicit a safe parking program operator, to which 2 proposals were received. Jewish Family Service of San Diego, or JFS, was awarded the contract, and on January 10th, 2023, a 2-phased agreement for safe parking operator services was approved. Phase 1 included site selection consultation services, which has identified the Alta Vista parking lot here at Vista Civic Center as the proposed program site, and Phase 2 includes a 12-week implementation plan and lot operation. In addition, on May 24th, 2022, the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors approved $10 million for the Capital Emergency Solutions Grant Program, or ESG, to which the City of Vista applied and was awarded $65,000 for site improvements to implement a safe parking program. Eligible costs of these funds include an administrative trailer for program staff, portable restrooms, and program signage. Tonight, staff are recommending that a resolution be adopted to approve the First Amendment to the agreement with JFS for safe parking operator services to begin the implementation work and lot operation of Phase 2, and adopt a resolution to authorize participation in and receive funds for the ESG grant program. Upon approval of the agreement amendment with JFS, the 12-week implementation work will begin with program staff recruitment by JFS, followed shortly by outreach to community partners to provide additional services such as food assistance, employment support, connection to community services, benefits enrollment, children's supports, laundry and shower facilities through off-site and mobile providers. Beginning in week 3, both JFS and city staff will begin the procurement of site improvements, which include the items to be funded by the ESG grant. At the same time, JFS and city staff will engage the community with the publication of informational materials, including an FAQ, and host town hall-style community meetings as needed. Starting in week 4, installation of the site improvements will begin. In week 6, the program will be promoted to all Vista residents and local jurisdictions and service providers to prepare for client enrollment beginning in week 11. All program staff is expected to be hired and onboarded by this time, and the safe parking lot will be open to enrolled participants beginning in week 12. This is the proposed map of the safe parking program lot. The proposed safe parking area is highlighted in yellow and comprises 54 parking spaces to accommodate a maximum of 25 vehicles. This allows for 1 parking space between vehicles to provide participant privacy and comfort. The program area perimeter will be marked with program signage and have a single point of entry and exit as marked by the yellow arrow. At the entrance of the program area will be the administrative trailer that will house program staff and allow participants to check in as they enter the lot. Directly adjacent to the administrative trailer will be 2 portable restrooms, 1 ADA and 1 standard, and a hand washing station. The trailer and restrooms will occupy 4 spaces and be placed as marked by the blue shaded box. The remaining 92 spaces of the Alta Vista parking lot, which includes 4 ADA spaces, will remain available for public parking and accessible according to the blue arrows. The Civic Center also contains 2 exterior restrooms on the first floor beneath the Morris B. Vance Community Room. Both restrooms are ADA accessible and will remain unlocked during program hours for program staff and participant use. These restrooms are marked on the map by the green shaded box. When considering program applications, referrals from Vista-based and city-contracted organizations will be prioritized, including but not limited to Exodus Recovery, Elder Help of San Diego, Vista Unified School District, local hospitals, nonprofit healthcare entities, and faith communities. Case managers will meet with potential clients individually off-site and screen for eligibility in advance of any entry to the lot, informing those interested that they must have a working vehicle, adhere to program guidelines, and will be required to meet regularly with case manager to create a plan to achieve more permanent housing. All adults will be screened through the Megan's Law database, National Sex Offender Registry, and for any outstanding warrants. Registered sex offenders and those with outstanding warrants will not be eligible for the safe parking program. Once deemed eligible, participants will complete the official intake paperwork, provide a copy of the vehicle's owner's driver's license, vehicle registration, insurance, and sign the Safe Parking Program guidelines. All participants must complete this assessment before being invited to participate in the program. Daily operation of the lot will adhere to the following timeline. At 5:30 p.m., program staff, including program security, will arrive on site and begin preparing the lot. This will include the erection of program signage and perimeter markings. Between 6 and 9:30 p.m., participants may enter the lot and meet with program staff to receive case management and housing navigation services. Program staff will leave the site at 9:30 p.m., and while participants may leave the lot at any time, they will not be allowed entry to the lot after 9:30 p.m. without pre-approved exceptions for work, school, or other scheduling conflicts. Civic Center security remains on site until 11 p.m. Between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. will be quiet hours. Finally, at 7 a.m., the City of Vista Community Improvement Team will ensure that all program participants have vacated the lot and remove and secure program signage and materials. To ensure the cleanliness of the lot during and outside of program hours, no personal property will be allowed to remain on site outside of program hours. Trash receptacles will be provided on site and will be emptied daily. There will be no exterior car washing or mechanical work allowed on site. All pets must be leashed when outside of owner vehicles and picked up after, and all restrooms will be serviced daily, and there will be no smoking allowed on site. To ensure the safety and security of all participants and local residents, no individuals with a history of crimes against children or outstanding warrants will be allowed, as previously mentioned. Program participants will also be instructed not to leave their vehicles unattended and should not wander from the designated parking lot without a specific destination. All participants will be expected to remain within the designated area from 9:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. There will be zero tolerance for any substance use, including alcohol, and zero tolerance for violence or threats of violence on site. Violations of these prohibitions will result in immediate removal from the program. Staff will also work with the Sheriff's Department to monitor calls for service within a quarter mile of the lot to ensure there is no substantive relationship or cause of crime from program implementation. Program staff will provide supportive services to participants of the Safe Parking Program as a team and provide individualized client support by helping each participant develop a plan to address their individual needs, increase their income, and navigate and obtain permanent housing. Program staff will also be responsible for preparing housing applications and documentation required by housing providers on behalf of their program participants and coordinating move-ins. The Safe Parking Program will participate in the Coordinated Entry System, or CES, as established by the Regional Task Force on Homelessness through the utilization of the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. Participation in CES will include the Standardized Vulnerability Assessment Tool, housing navigation, case conferencing, and other integral components of CES. The program will also foster a sense of community and reduce participants' tendency to isolate by encouraging networking with the use of inherent strengths and supports of each individual. Supports addressing challenges, such as vehicle concerns and other issues impacting program participation, will also be a priority. Case managers will participate in weekly case conferencing to ensure participant coordination of care with the goal of providing holistic, coordinated, and integrated services across providers. This concludes staff's presentation of the proposed Safe Parking Program. Chris Olson, Jewish Family Services of San Diego's Chief of Staff, is also present, and he and I will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have 4 public speakers, beginning with Chris Olson with Jewish Family Services.
Hi, thank you. May I ask how many minutes I have just so I can edit my...
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I know it's a pet peeve to go over the buzzer.
We'll certainly bring you back if we
Okay.
have questions.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Olson. I'm Chief of Staff for Jewish Family Service of San Diego. I want to start by thanking this council and mayor and city staff, particularly Jonathan, for the really thorough work over the past several months working with us between phase 1 and phase 2 of the agreement on really fine-tuning the details of the proposed service levels and the proposed location. It's really been a smooth and encouraging process. Every night, more than 300 of our unsheltered neighbors, many of whom are experiencing homelessness for the first time, find a safe place to park and sleep overnight at one of JFS's 5, and with your approval tonight, hopefully 6 locations for safe parking throughout San Diego County. For participants, safe parking is a vital lifeline that keeps them from falling further into the downward spiral of homelessness and finding themselves on the streets. Since we've launched in other locations in the county in 2018, the program's provided a welcoming environment and dignified support to help vulnerable San Diegans transition back into permanent housing. These include young families, older adults on fixed incomes, people fleeing domestic abuse, and others who have experienced a devastating economic hardship. Some things that we've learned about the population we serve, for over 70% of our participants, this is the first time they've experienced homelessness. More than 25% of our participants are over 60 years old, with nearly half over age 50. 20% of participants are members of families with children, and 14% of our clients are under the age of 20. We know the need is great and that this public-private partnership has proven effective in other areas, including the city of San Diego and also in North County. We're grateful for your support of this critical service in Vista, and I'm here to answer any questions as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Julia Shrivel. Shriver or Shrivel?
Shriver.
Shriver.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is a hot button topic, and no one is opposed to helping people, but once you open up a lot, you won't be able to get these cars out. And they said, you know, if you don't qualify or you misbehave, you get kicked out. Where are they going to go? They're going to go in our neighborhoods and our parks, which we already have them there. I'd like to know from Chris, what is the graduation rate? You know, when they come there, what is the actual process that they're able to find a job, recover, and get into housing? I'm surprised that you would put it here at the Civic because you have a school right here. You have a park right here. I'm not comfortable with it being so close to Lincoln or Beaumont. Is it going to have a fence to keep other people out? They're going to see all these parking spots, and you're going to have walkers coming in, transients. And I'd like to know more about the outline of the program, you know, what it entails. And the reason why we're in this predicament is because of what Mayor Faulkner did in San Diego. He lifted the ban, saying it's no longer illegal to sleep in your cars. And within 24 hours, Mission Bay Drive and Fiesta Island were head to toe with cars, and they never left. So once you open up this Pandora's box, there's going to be ramifications if it doesn't work. And if these people don't abide by the rules, they're going to be in our neighborhoods and our parks. So just think about that.
Our next speaker is Russell Gellig. Gellig. Jealous.
No, gellig.
Gellig. Forgive me.
Actually, sometimes people put an N in there and they call it gelling, but that's a verb. I'm not. I am Russ Gellig. I'm the president of the Alta Vista Professional Building Owners Association, which happens to be right across the street from the proposed homeless parking area. I agree wholeheartedly with the previous comments of the previous speaker. We oppose the location of this. We're not making a statement on to whether it's a good idea or not. We're just saying that the location is a terrible idea from our standpoint. I am one of the original owners of the building. I've been there since 1978. Over the years, we have had a problem with homeless. I personally have had to remove homeless people from outside my office in the morning. They're still sleeping, and if I get there at 7, a lot of times I have to ask them to leave. We pay a fair amount in security to make sure that we don't have that problem. We had to harden the gates. We have an interior courtyard, and there are 3 gates that the homeless were picking the locks on and getting in and using our bathrooms. We have 4 bathrooms that serve all of the units in the building. We've had to harden the gates. We've also had to put extra locks on the bathrooms because they were using it to bathe. So we have had a problem with the homeless, and I don't see how this is going to add anything to it. Additionally, I think it's the wrong place with a school across the street. I'm thinking about what happens when the Adobe is being used at night. Where are the people going to go? Where are they going to park? Are they going to walk through this homeless encampment to get to the Adobe? And when they leave, is that also going to be a problem? So just on behalf of our association, I just want to register my opposition to the location. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rudd Schoeffel, followed by Rachel Belden.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and members of the City Council, my name is Rudd Schoeffel. My wife, Sally, and I developed the center across the street, and we still manage 2 of the buildings. I'm going to make 3 rather quick points. One is that the last I checked, the state of California has roughly 11% of the population of the United States. And yet, because of our very generous facilities that we provide for the homeless, we have about 50% of the homeless people in the United States. Most of the people from the other states have come to our state because we offer more things. And therefore, that costs us more money to manage, that we take away from things like police, security, and fire, and other things. Number 2 is in agreement with Russ and the first speaker. I'm surprised at the location, because one of the most magnificent things that the city of Vista has done, in our estimation, during the last 10 years is the revitalization of the downtown area. It is an absolutely first-class example of the good things that can be done when you have a very savvy city council that can move forward and make things happen. And I worry that something like this in this location would hamper that quite a bit. Third, I can also corroborate the things that Russ told you. We have daily, constant efforts with the homeless people who come onto our site. Our staff starts its morning at around 5:30 or 6:30, waking them up and asking them to leave, and then cleaning up after them. When we first began the center about 43 years ago, we didn't even have to have security. It wasn't until Jeanette Smith, one of your former board members here, who was an owner in the center, was attacked by someone when she was going to her car, that we decided that we had to have security. So we have had it ever since that time, and we've had to increase it over the years to the point where it is quite expensive just to cover the security costs. In addition to that, we have suffered over the years quite a bit of vandalism, which I wouldn't want to see happen to the City Hall site, which is a beautiful site.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rachel Belden.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Rachel Belt, and I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to say that as a resident, I approach this topic with empathy and compassion for those who are unsheltered and need support. I have a couple of questions on behalf of my friends and neighbors. First of all, could the council or staff give some information about why the parking lot on Alta Vista was selected versus the one on Eucalyptus? Given the activity at the Adobe and the things that happen there, that's a question. Secondly, what will success for this program look like? And if there are concerns, based on what the previous speakers have said, how would those be addressed, and is there an opportunity for community feedback in that way? Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councilmember Joe Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Lung, for the presentation, and thanks for kind of clarifying what the safe parking program is. I have questions as well, and I'm glad that they came forward. My first question that I'm going to ask is actually what Miss Rachel Beld asked, is how did we decide that the Alta Vista parking lot was the best location as opposed to not only the Eucalyptus parking lot, but also there's a parking lot behind the Gloria McClellan Center over there as well that's kind of more off, you know, like on the hills, part of our park type deal, that's not right next to a school or a residence or our city hall and protected 24 hours a day by a fenced-in area already, and it seems a little more practical, but how did we come up with this particular location?
Yeah, so the Eucalyptus lot, as opposed to the Alta Vista lot, was not selected because at the Alta Vista lot, program participants and staff can access the exterior restrooms of the Civic Center. With those being ADA accessible restrooms, we want to make sure that those are available to senior participants, folks with disabilities, so the length of travel from the Eucalyptus side would be too great for us to be able to accommodate the use of those restrooms.
Okay, and then there are no ADA restrooms, I assume, at the other location. We would actually have to construct them or something like that?
Correct, or provide portables.
Okay, so it makes sense that we don't want to go through the ADA construction aspect. Another resident took the words out of my mouth with the fencing, all right? I see the diagram. If you could put the diagram back up on the screen here where it says actually where the parking lot is, which is highlighted in yellow. And then it also shows where the administration trailer and restroom trailer is going to be in blue there, that particular diagram. Now I see that you say you're going to have a dedicated entrance and exit for this parking program. If you have a dedicated entrance and exit, I'm assuming that the whole parking program is fenced off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so nobody from the other areas is able to access this program. I'm assuming these are the temporary fences that are like 6 feet high or something like that, similar to like what we use when we fence off Pringle Terrace Park?
What's being proposed now are the use of cones and plastic chains to mark off the perimeter.
Okay, and is that sufficient? Is that, I guess, the Jewish Family Services gentleman who's here? I apologize, I didn't write your name down. Is that in line with the type of barriers you guys provide at your other parking lots?
Yes, it's consistent with what we have in the Encinitas location.
Okay, and I actually visited the Encinitas location over there. I think I visited with the mayor, and initially I was extremely skeptical as well. Knowing that nobody with an outstanding warrant and nobody that pops on a Megan's Law database, immediately they're disqualified from this parking program, knowing that there's 54 parking spots for 25 basically temporary residents. And I would assume once those spots are filled up, there's a waiting list that is filled up. Do your parking lots currently have a waiting list, Mr. Jewish Family Services?
And my name is Chris.
Hey, Chris, thanks. No, I appreciate that. I'm going to call you Chris from now on, I promise.
Just for ease.
Love it.
So generally speaking, so yes, we have interest lists when we reach capacity. Our sweet spot is to be around 90% occupied.
Okay.
So we're able to always offer a space to someone who's interested, but also not be sitting empty. So it's, it varies from week to week. But we work hard to serve as many folks as possible. But if we're at capacity, then yes, we maintain interest lists.
Of course. So you said 90% is your sweet spot because you want to maintain availability per se. That availability isn't on like a short notice, right? It's basically like somebody who's already approved with the program, because there's a process to be approved with your program, if I remember correctly, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be somebody who already has the red. registration, insurance, they went through the whole process.
People that have enrolled either by phone or online.
Okay, so they can just show up, they're like, hey, we got 2 more spots if you need a spot tonight type
No,
deal.
people have to be pre-enrolled.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that is that. My other question has to do, and you probably know this, Jonathan, this admin trailer that's gonna be here with the bathrooms, is this moved in and out every day?
No, it would remain on site
So I'm gonna have a permanent trailer right there forever?
until you direct us otherwise, yes.
Is there a reason why we put it kind of like in the middle of the parking lot here instead of like putting it like back towards the corner or back in this corner? Like, I just feel like the visibility of having a big restroom trailer right there on that road as people come down is kind of eyesore-ish, you know? And if this is gonna be, is there another place? I don't even know if it has to stay there. They stay in all your lots, sir? Chris? See how I did there?
Right. Either office trailers or portable restroom facilities or hand washing stations, all those things stay on site generally, just as it's a requirement. It would be extremely costly
To move it every single day. Yeah, it's extremely ugly to be there every single day too, but I understand the aspect of that. Okay, so let's see. City manager, I heard the county was also talking about safe parking lots at the Buena Creek Transit Station and also the courthouse. Have we heard any movement on those 2 locations at all? No?
No,
Okay, so this would be the only safe parking lot within the city.
not the only one we're aware of, yeah.
Okay. And Chris, I'm going to need you to stand up here because I have another question for you. We talk about you reaching capacity, and one of our residents talked about people who pull up who don't know the rules, right? They just think, hey, there's a safe parking lot in Vista, I'm going to go park in it. You turn them away. In your experience, because you have 5 other locations, has there been a community impact of residents who are being turned away who don't qualify for your program, who might have a criminal record or who may be registered sex offenders going into other communities and causing issues from a crime standpoint? Or is that a focused impact that hasn't been realized by your organization?
I would say in our experience, we have not experienced that. Actually, approximately a year ago, maybe a tiny bit more than a year ago, when our location in Encinitas was up for renewal, there was actually a study, a news story by NBC, the local NBC affiliate here, that was monitoring sheriff's calls for service in the area around the safe parking site before we were there and after, and there was no increased activity attributed to safe parking in that location. And then I would say that we have good relationships with, at least in our other sites, with the police department or sheriff's department, depending on the locality, to maintain close communication in the event that people had complaints about loitering cars in their neighborhoods, et cetera. Up to this point, when those have happened, it's been actually not related to our site, just coincidental that there was folks living out of their vehicles nearby.
It had nothing to do with your site, is what you're saying.
It wasn't someone that was rejected from the program.
Okay.
And we're actually, often able to turn that into a positive. And
Okay. Because you might be able to offer them services or something like that. Okay, and then the only last question I think I have for you, and then I'll let you, I'm sure my other council members have a question as well, is when it comes to monitoring calls for service, the slide said monitors for calls for service within a quarter mile of site. I also heard that our security guard gets off at, was it 11 o'clock at night every single night? And that from 9 o'clock until 7 a.m. it's quiet hours. Is there an on-site security guard or an on-site admin from the time my security guard leaves to the morning to make sure that all of your rules and regulations are followed?
as proposed in the budget and the agreement before you tonight, no. Just from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. is for staffing for.
So after 9:30 p.m.
5:30 to 9:30, excuse me.
Okay, so after 9:30 p.m. to 7 a.m., if they want to do drugs and get drunk and be loud or whatever, there's nobody watching them. Is that true?
I would say that it's the same level of security that you have citywide for.
Except for I don't have a safe parking lot with 25 temporary residents sitting in it. And it could be, it could also be a target as well. I'm not only thinking about my community safety, I'm thinking about the people trying to sleep in their cars safely, okay? Hey, our security leaves at 11, good luck, we'll see you at 7 a.m., you know?
I would just reiterate, we're simply the service provider, and
Of course.
it's your program as policymakers.
Of course.
And totally, obviously, it's as elected officials, your call to decide what the program requirements are, what the hours of security are, and And we would just
Of course.
put that out to bid, and we would reply to that.
No problem. Do you guys
we're
have?
happy to provide whatever level of service your staff directs us.
Of course. Do you guys have 24-hour security on site at other locations, or do no other municipalities require that?
We do in Encinitas, and we do not in the city of San Diego.
Okay, cool. Very good to know, Chris. Thank you so much for answering all my questions. I greatly appreciate it. I did have a lot of issues initially when safe parking came forward, but I really feel like I've been educated on what safe parking is. Knowing that over 50% of your residents are over the age of 50, it's actually kind of sad, the demographic that you inevitably end up serving is it's a lot of our senior population that aged out. I'm mainly concerned with public safety in my community. I definitely don't like the admin trailer, but if there's nothing I can do about it, and there's no other sites that work for a safe parking lot, and we clearly have a need for it, I'd like to, see how it works, see what the feedback is from the community, and kind of exactly what the focused impact ended up being, because I don't want to be a NIMBY. This is literally in my backyard. I literally drive down this road every day. This is how I get to City Hall, and I know that a lot of these people who work in these businesses and buildings, will have to be looking at this every single day. So this isn't, from a trailer standpoint, Mr. Conley, is this like a nice professional looking admin trailer, and can we be responsible for like graffiti abatement and like maintenance and stuff like that at a city level, so that we don't have to like pass the buck and be like, hey, that's graffiti on private property, we got to wait for somebody else to clean that up? Like,
Yeah, we'll be responsible for all that. It'll be a newish trailer. I can't guarantee it's brand new.
Well,
but
okay.
We can also look at other locations on site to place it. It doesn't necessarily have to be right at this location.
Okay, yeah, if there was something off the road, but then again, you guys let me know where that could possibly be. I assume there's got to be power and all that good stuff too. So I appreciate it. I look forward to what my council has to say about it, and we'll see what happens. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation, and thank you, Chris, for being here, and thank you to the speakers, and thank you to my colleagues for entertaining this concept. When I first brought it forward last January, it was something that some community members had been requesting, because a lot of folks in Vista and District 3, where I represent, were concerned that there were a lot of people who were sleeping in their cars in residential neighborhoods. So folks would leave their home in the morning and they would see, somebody who was like, you can tell, it's visible that somebody is sleeping in their car. And, they were concerned about that happening on residential streets. And so 25 spots barely scratches the surface of the need. Our regular count, our point in time count, is not sufficient to really illustrate the issue in our community, but there are so many people who are sleeping in their vehicles in our parks, in residential neighborhoods, and these 25 spots will be meant to alleviate the improper use of residential neighborhoods, because that is absolutely occurring right now. But I appreciated one of the speakers asking about graduation and completion of the program. So Chris, I'd love to be able to get your input about that. How does someone graduate from the program, and how long are people typically in the program?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. And our outcomes are detailed in the proposed contract before you tonight. As a point of reference, I could point to our monthly data reports that we publish with the City of Encinitas. They're available on our website, jfssd.org, and also the City of Encinitas' website. So I brought the most recent one with me tonight. If you look cumulatively from February 2020 to now, so 3 years, and at least at that location, we have 57% of people experiencing a positive exit. So a positive exit means you're exiting the program because you've either moved to permanent housing, you've been reunited with a family member, you've moved on to shelter, you're no longer living out of your vehicle. Of that number for permanent housing, of that 57%, the permanent housing exit's 33%. And the other question you had was the length of stay. We also publish that monthly. The average number of days before a positive exit is 46. So a month and a half.
So for the folks that don't have a positive exit, why do they exit?
I would say it's a little bit confusing. The positive exits just means someone has graduated. So like you said in colloquial terms, that doesn't necessarily mean that the other 40% of people have exited negatively. More often than not, they're still in the program. So there are some folks that are in the program for longer than a month and a half, for several months.
So you're really measuring, within a month and a half, 57% of people have moved on to a form of housing that's more appropriate. 33% of those 57% have moved on to permanent housing.
Correct. That's right. And I would say for negative exits, it could be just declining to participate in the program, or there's a proportion that we have unknown exits, meaning they've just stopped coming and stopped contacting us.
Okay, and then it sounds like there are individuals that are in the program for a greater length of stay than a month and a half. And is there kind of a threshold where you say, we can't serve you anymore, you've been here for 6 months, we have to turn over so that we can receive new program participants? What is that like for you?
We haven't gotten to that point at any of our sites yet, but we've only been in operation for, depending on the site, 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
So I can say in our history up till now, we've never had a maximum stay. We have had certain individuals, and particularly it tends to be our older adults, people over 60, that have stayed 1-2 years in the program, simply because where other families and individuals were able to work on income growth. If you're older or disabled and not able to work, you have a fixed income, and it's simply just a matter of waiting for an available subsidized unit to become available.
Absolutely, because of the variety of individuals that you serve have different housing needs and sources of income. So I can see how some participants might need a longer stay, but I think from your answer, it's illustrated that there's a successful turnover that you experience, so that when I think about this opportunity being available for other people, right, not just 25 in perpetuity, right, but a varied group of people that can come in and leave in a positive note, bring in more folks and be able to get them back up on their feet, I see that as a possibility. Some people might need a longer stay. Some people might be able to, it sounds like the majority of people within a month and a half are able to leave successfully and get back up on their feet. So that's really good to hear. Another question I had programmatically, it was referenced that you have zero tolerance policy when it comes to substance use, violence, those aspects. On the sites that you do not provide overnight security, how do you enforce those rules? Are there cameras on the sites? Are there specific cameras in our Civic Center parking lot that would allow for us to have monitoring of the participants so that we would be able to view if they are in violation of the rules? So for the areas that don't have that security, how do you enforce those rules?
So currently at our other locations, we don't have camera monitoring. I would say that really enforcement of our community guidelines is done by just as any, I guess I would say on a complaint basis by other residents in the program or other participants in the program, similar to, an HOA. We actually have a residents council at our Mission Valley location in the city of San Diego that works collaboratively to address their own issues like social events, beautification of the site, things of that nature. And I'll leave it to city staff to answer anything about the cameras that you have.
Thank you.
We do not have any cameras on site pointed at the Alta Vista lot that we can monitor activities and behavior. But as Chris mentioned, so we do have, we will be coaching all participants to, keeping in mind that they are residents of the program. Their best interest would be in that all other participants adhere to the program guidelines. And so there will be a mechanism for reporting improper behavior to program staff from participants.
Okay, I understand that. And it sounds like, and I imagine that additional security is going to be an additional cost, right, that we might not have planned for at this point. Do we have an estimate of what that would cost?
Based on the last estimate that we had considered, it's about $100,000 per year for an overnight security staffer.
And based on the other successful sites, I don't know if I can say that that is necessary at this point. It sounds like the city of Encinitas opted for that, and there was some reporting done and review of calls to service that indicated that there weren't any negative impacts, and that could have been associated with the overnight security, right? So I can't say definitively that overnight security is necessary, and I can't say that it is unnecessary because I just don't know. I don't have that information available to me. But an additional $100,000 per year, I would be, concerned about holding off on a successful launch of a program based on overnight security that may not be necessary based on other successful sites. I don't think I have any more questions for you at this time, Chris, so thank you so much. I do, speaking of beautification though, I was gonna ask the same thing, Councilmember Green, about the trailer. Sounds like it's going to be a permanent structure. I don't see anywhere we would put it where it would be more sightly, because that's just, I mean, whether it's at the entrance of the parking lot or further away, it's gonna be kind of an obstructive thing. But that to me is more of an aesthetic preference. The value of this program, I think, is much higher than the beautification of the parking lot. And I don't know if there's anything we could do to spruce up the trailer to make it look a little bit more cohesive with our civic center surroundings, but that would be ideal from my perspective. And when I did visit the Encinitas lot that they have there, I was surprised to learn that many of the reported concerns related to crime were solely harassment from the neighbors of other neighborhoods towards the program participants. So I'm hopeful that that will not be occurring in the city of Vista as we move forward with a safe parking lot, because that is absolutely unacceptable for people to be doing everything that they can to get back up on their feet, only to experience inhospitality and harassment from the fellow residents of the community. So I just want to put that out there. And let's see. I think I'd be willing to go forward. I know that there are concerns about overnight security, but knowing that there are successful lots without overnight security, I'm willing to move forward. And it sounds like this is a program that can be renewed on a yearly basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in a year, if there are a plethora of issues that we believe can be resolved with overnight security, I think I would be very supportive of that. I just don't have a lot of evidence at this time.
I also might add that at any point, if there are security concerns, we can bring this back and add a security guard.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendations. And thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to thank the members of the public for coming forward. This is not the first time that we review the safe parking program, but it is the first time that we actually get concerns. That might be because at this point there is actually a notice sent out and we're looking at implementing the safe parking program. So I really do appreciate folks coming and voicing their opinion. I will say that I will not refer to these folks as they or homeless people. These are human beings that have had a really hard time, and they are so close to having zero shelter. An automobile is not a good shelter situation, but it is many times the last little bit of shelter that folks have before they become unhoused. So I will say that right now we don't have a safe parking program, but we have plenty of unsafe parking situations. You need not look too far. Here at Wildwood Park, I go use the Conservancy Trail, and there are folks that I see there every single time. Some folks that look like they are older, they possibly have certain disabilities. I would love to extend to them a place that they can park and be safe in our community, getting connected to the resources that they need. And it might not be nice to see a trailer on our Civic Center parking lot, but I'm sure that if you put two different visuals together, you look at this trailer, or you see someone living in an encampment or living in their car, the trailer is probably going to look a lot nicer. This is a step that we have to take. I really commend Councilmember Melendez for bringing this forward. We had, I think the first time that we reviewed this sometime last year, we had so many folks come and give public comment. And I think actually this might have been when we were virtual. I can't remember, it was so long ago. And so many residents of Vista said, this is something that we want. We need this. And it's really sad that such a large percentage of the folks that are utilizing the safe parking are elderly. They're a senior population. And I want to ensure that we are able to connect these folks to different programs that we also have in the city for our senior citizens. I think it's great that there's a restroom that's a built restroom, that's not a porta potty. I mean, that's worse than a trailer. So I think, as a corporate citizen, the city of Vista really needs to take the initiative, and that's what we're doing here. I wish that we didn't have to do this. I wish that we never had to have a conversation about safe parking. I wish that we didn't have to build an award-winning plan to address homelessness, or strategic plan to address homelessness. But the reality is that this problem continues to worsen. And a lot of times, we have to just look in the mirror and understand that we have been part of this problem collectively. We don't have enough affordable housing for folks that are unsheltered or that have a last resort of shelter in their car. There aren't enough affordable housing units to place folks. The city of Vista, as part of our strategic plan to address homelessness, is committing to building permanent supportive housing, because we see the need that when folks can exit, whether it's this program or other programs, that they can actually exit into continued success. I think this is an incredible program, 57% positive outcomes. We don't have any other program that has that type of success. I understand where the public is coming from with the concern of being so close to a school. The site that we toured, all the members of the council present today have toured a safe parking program, the one in Encinitas. And at the time that we toured it, they were right across the street from a school. And there were no impacts. And it was, as it was mentioned by Councilmember Melendez, the only incidents were those of violence towards this community that's simply trying to get a good night's sleep after a rough day. Many folks who are working and cannot afford to live somewhere, so they're living in their car. I think that this is imperative that the city moves forward with this. If there is a situation, we can act immediately. We can call a special meeting. We can ensure that public safety is at the forefront. But right now, the situation of not having a safe place for people to park is not a good public safety issue. So I will second the motion. I look forward to getting to meet our new neighbors, and I hope that we can all collectively figure out how to house our community members, because right now it's a difficult situation. And we may see, if we do have an economic situation, that more of us, most of us in this room, are probably closer to being a participant at this safe parking program than we are to having a mansion or even staying in our own homes. So if anybody in this room ever comes into a situation, I hope that we have a spot available for you. That's all I have to say. And again, I second the motion on the floor. Thank you for the presentation, too.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. What I want to say is that I was assigned the area that we're sitting in today geographically the last time I participated in the point-in-time count. And I was actually surprised to discover that there were at least 4, maybe 5 people living in their cars at the library parking lot right behind the Civic Center. We were actually in the middle of this discussion. I had already been to the Jewish Family Services lot in Encinitas, and it truly hit me that we already have people living on our Civic Center complex in their vehicles, but without any kind of organization, without any kind of sanitation effort, without any security, without any thought about how we approach it, and without the ability to offer and outreach services and to record successful outcomes. I've also observed people living in their cars at the parking lot at the Gloria McClellan Senior Center. Again, without regulation, without the ability to outreach, without the ability to connect and develop some positive outcomes. So there is not presently a question over whether or not people are going to be living in their cars in our community. Even if they're not in our parks and our libraries, they're going to be at Walmart's parking lot or other places where maybe it's beyond our ability to police or control. So it is a very controversial subject. I put a poll out on Nextdoor, had many hundreds of people participate, and it was very narrowly divided. It was about 50-50 in favor and against. Ultimately, I see the good outcomes. I see the fact that we already have parking that may not, as it was said, may not be safe parking. And I see the opportunity to reach out to and connect with people living in their cars, get them out of their cars. I see that as a great potential to be able to help people. I do believe that our city wants a safer and a cleaner community. And those are always my number one priority. And so I approach this as I have everything through that lens. And I would like to see the members of the council here today make a commitment to the community if you'd be willing to join me. I would like to commit that the bathrooms here at the Civic Center that are publicly accessible will be the cleanest that they've ever been, that we will make sure that they are serviced before the general public before the Civic Center opens for the business day, that we make sure that all the restrooms are in serviceable condition, that no citizen coming here finds a restroom that is in unacceptable condition. I would like us to make the commitment that we will be able to pick up the litter on the grounds of the Civic Center, that we will have a Civic Center grounds and our neighbors next door on private property, that we would go further than just our Civic Center, but that we would be such good neighbors that they would see an improvement in the litter problem that they may have at their own properties. I think that if we commit to the cleanest possible conduct and we hold ourselves to making sure that what is left behind in the morning when the cones are packed away and the cars are gone and our employees arrive for their day's work, if it's cleaner than it's ever been before, then I don't think that the community is going to be as concerned as some of the community are today. I certainly shared some of those concerns, I truly did. But then I visited the Jewish Family Services parking lot in Encinitas. It was very clean, it was very orderly, and it did dispel a lot of my concerns. That combined with the realization that we already have a real need for this and that it's been a successful program were all significant factors in weighing on my decision-making. I am not deaf to the concerns of the property owners that are next door to us here. I take your concerns very seriously. As a property owner and a business owner in this city, it means more to me than I could describe to you, for you to know and for your tenants to know that they're safe and that they're going to have a clean place to attract customers. I think it's important, and I would hope to have at least some agreement, maybe if it's a nodding head on the cleaning the bathrooms and the picking up the litter, if we can all agree to that and all agree that's our commitment to the community. I would hope we could agree to that. I'd like to know what does happen in Encinitas if somebody's vehicle breaks down, or say they walk off to the grocery store and never return, and a vehicle is, Mr. Olson, would you let us know what is the program and what, Mr. Lung, is our response going to be if somebody abandons a vehicle here in our parking lot? What will we do?
Of course, it's our responsibility as a contractor to leave the site in a clean and basically leave it better than we found it each morning. To my knowledge, we've never had an abandoned vehicle. We have had folks with car trouble, and that's actually one of the services we provide in addition to housing navigation and food assistance is emergency financial support. So we're able to assist folks with either a tow to an auto shop, getting a repair. Auto repair is not allowed on the site at any of our sites, so that won't be a concern.
So there has not been a time when a vehicle was left in the senior center lot in Encinitas after the program was closed for the day, or it was left for the entire day without being removed to a service facility?
I can't, when I said, not to my knowledge that a vehicle has been completely abandoned, meaning I'm not aware of any situation where we can't contact the owner of a vehicle. And we've always been able to work with folks to get it towed in a reasonable amount of time. And that's one of our goals. If an inoperable vehicle is a barrier to accessing housing, then we want to help folks get over that obstacle.
That makes sense to me. It sounds like that's something that you haven't had a great problem with, but we'll have to address if the problem comes up. We talked about the cones and chains. Are visitors allowed? If I want to enter the area, am I allowed to walk in and say I want to sell something to the people, or I want to have a conversation, or they're my friend? Am I allowed to come and to loiter on the lot? How would that be enforced?
So no visitors will be allowed on site during program hours. Program staff will monitor who's accessing the site. Outside of program hours, again, as we mentioned previously, there's no mechanism currently on site between 9:30 and 7 a.m. To enforce those regulations. But again, there will be reporting mechanisms available to the participants to report to program staff if there are violations, and we can address that at that
So we currently have a security guard here until 9:30 p.m.
11 p.m. So
11
Civic
p.m.
Center Security is on site till 11 p.m. daily.
Okay, and then what about the GFS staff? Is somebody here during the evening, or are the program participants here without any program supervision, without any security?
The proposal before you tonight and the budget before you tonight has security and staff ending at 9:30. And that's consistent with some of our locations around the county.
Do you have staff all night long in Encinitas?
We have contracted security overnight in Encinitas. We don't have case managers all night. We have case managers till the last entry, and I want to say it's 9:30 or 10, similar. Generally, the vast majority of our participants want to go to bed. Over half of everyone that's working age is employed. Many people are fully employed or in school. And the purpose of the program is really to have a safe and quiet place to sleep. And there's actually a pretty strong sense of community in terms of a community desire for just quiet and peace. Problems are brought to our attention by fellow participants and are resolved in a community-oriented way is how I would phrase it. Just as similar to an apartment building, if you have a neighbor causing a ruckus every night, you're going to let management know because you want to sleep and get to work the next day.
Mm-hmm. So that one additional security guard we think is $100,000 addition to what we're doing now? The design in front of us?
Does not include overnight security, correct.
But we think the additional cost would be $100,000. I heard that number.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think we have to seriously consider whether or not we need that. They have it in Encinitas. That was where you asked us to go and look. That was where we visited. We saw a program there that met and exceeded our expectations. And as a policymaker, I have no way to know that that wasn't because it was manned with a security guard overnight. I have spent enough time in the encampments to know that there are people that are actively visiting all of the encampments every day and around robin, delivering fentanyl and other drugs and supplying those to a dealer in every one of those encampments. I do not want to see any of that here, and there's no way to provide any oversight if we don't have at least some human being here watching what's going on. So, having eyes and ears on the program, the difference between having somebody here to dial 911 when there's a problem and having nobody and leaving the participants to fend for themselves, some of whom are doing all the right things, the 57% who are doing all the right things, and then, it takes one person to bring a bad influence in. So I think that we need to seriously consider amending and having the security. And let's take reports back. And if in 3 months, 6 months, we decided it really wasn't necessary, we could reconsider our point of view on that. But I just think it's important for us to acknowledge that the community does have grave concerns. Adjacent property owners have grave concerns. And, I'm certainly stepping way outside of my comfort zone on this because I think it's the right thing to do. But I want to do it in a way that's respectful to the entire community. And I want to do it in a way that builds consensus with the entire community. And I think adding those security resources, as expensive as that is, I think it's something that we really need to consider doing. So I hope you join me in that. I also have concerns about the specific site chosen. I do share Ms. Bell's concerns about the parking at the Adobe, as well as here at the Civic Center, the Morris Vance Community Room. I do realize that it's probably a de minimis loss of revenue. We discussed in staff meetings the loss of revenue to the Morris Vance Room rentals. We didn't discuss the lost revenue to the Adobe, and I don't know what the impact of that is, but certainly many of the events at the Adobe probably do go till 5 or later in the evening, and we're going to take that parking off the table. That's going to make it less attractive as a venue to rent. I don't know if you physically measured, but I utilized Google Maps, which is, of course, exceedingly accurate, to measure. It looks to me it'd be about 100 feet further if we go to the eucalyptus side of the building to get to those restrooms. It's all at the same level. You don't have to walk up any stairs to get there. I don't know what the actual is. We need to get a rolling, measuring stick and walk it. I'd like to know if that's been done. Do we know the physical distance to the center of each proposed area in feet? Because I saw online about 500 feet is what the ADA recommends for accessibility in walking distance.
So with our consultation with JFS of the sites, we didn't actually measure the distance between the restrooms in Alta Vista and the eucalyptus lots. But certainly the shortest distance would require the navigation of stairs to get to the first floor, because as you enter the Civic Center property from the eucalyptus lot, you would either go up the ramp to the parquet or you would go around the front. Either way, it was determined during the consultation that, particularly for seniors and for those with disabilities, it would be very difficult for them to access those restrooms.
But there's no stairs if I go eucalyptus and I come around the front of the building.
Correct, yes, but that would be a
That's all at
greater
the same
travel
level.
distance. Yeah. That's absolutely correct.
Well, like I say, by my rough and crude measurement, it's 100 feet more. I mean, that's, if, you know, if we go out there and we walk it with a measuring device and it's literally 100 feet more, it's a few paces.
We could measure
So, well, I think we should. I mean, this is an important enough thing and it's a big enough concern. And, you know, right now, the problem of the unregulated parking is at the library parking lot. I would like the restrooms to be as accessible as possible also, but I'm not sure that 100 feet is a deal breaker for me. I mean, if I'm living in my car, there's no shower in those restrooms, I'm probably going to use the restroom 2 or 3 times throughout my stay. It's a couple seconds additional. If it makes us a better neighbor and, you know, then I think we need to consider that. I'm not saying for sure, but I'd like to know the actual distance in feet, and I'd like to walk them both and time them. And since we haven't done that, I think we owe it to ourselves to do that. The question was asked, and I think mostly answered about a maximum length of stay. So, and I thought there were good reasons and rationale for somebody that needed to stay. Are there ever people that you just don't feel are making the best use of the program, that you don't renew their stay?
Yes, we have negative exits. That would be one of the categories of a negative exit. I don't have that. I don't have percentages for you this evening, but we can gather that. People are dismissed from the program for no longer participating, I would say.
Well, I think all the data is better. Thank you very much. I had a meeting this week, or I participated in a meeting with the San Diego County Taxpayers Association, and I appreciate Mr. Long joining me at that meeting. It was a virtual meeting on short notice. I was the only elected official on that meeting. There were a number of city managers and assistant city managers and program managers from different cities in the county. There is going to be an effort to tie our dollars to outcomes. And that's going to cause a lot of nervousness for a lot of program providers, but it needs to be done. We owe the public an accounting of how their dollars were used, who was served, how they were served, and what the outcomes were. And we owe it to ourselves to benchmark ourselves and and find who's spending their money in the most successful way possible, and make sure that we are doing that. And if we're not the ones that are winning the award for the most efficient use of taxpayer dollars, then we need to figure out the people who are and how do we adopt what they're doing. The last thing that I want to say here is I believe that we owe the families of the city of Vista the promise that our parks and other areas, particularly, let's just start with our parks, and let's include the senior center, which is in a park. I believe that we owe to our families and to our seniors that we are going to ask, while we're providing a safe parking program, that we ask that parking that is not permitted, that we're going to ensure that our parks remain in the service of our families, children, and seniors. Everybody needs a place to enjoy the outdoors and the community, to feel safe. And I think our citizens, our families have a right to that. And I want to deliver that to them. I want to ask the council to speak to the issue of being willing to address and enforce our ordinances, and make sure that we have an absolute commitment from this council that our parks will be a place where we don't have activity where people are living in the parks, we don't have encampments in the parks, we don't have illegal residential living in cars in the parks, because those spaces have been set aside by our community, for our community. And we're offering this program, which I think is a good program, but it would be an incredible benefit to the community for us to be able to make a commitment to the community that the parks will be for the kids, for the seniors, for our families. So I'm asking you to speak to that, and I would ask you to join me in giving direction to staff that it's going to be our commitment that our parks are set aside for families, seniors, and children. Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. One question that I had is if everybody leaves at 9:30 and 11 o'clock, who makes sure everybody leaves at 7 a.m.?
That would be the responsibility of the community improvement team. They would visit the site in the morning, and as they're removing
Which are
permit
our
signage-
people?
Yes, correct.
City of Vista people? Okay. And if we had 24-hour security, I would assume, or not even 24-hour security, but overnight security, our overnight security would assist in making sure the parking lot was vacated properly. Okay. So knowing that there's only professional services, support services on site for 2.5 hours, and that the other 8.5 hours, there's no services, and that after 4 hours, there's nothing at all, basically. So you have help from 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and then for the next 8 hours, it's a free-for-all is what it sounds like, is that 2.5 hours, staff's on site, 4 hours, security's on site, the next 8 hours, nobody's watching anything, and they're just expected to leave at 7 a.m. So for me, although you may have had great success in the other cities without security, I do feel like we should have security there from 11 p.m. To 7 a.m. And if it's an additional cost, I feel like my council should authorize that simply because a lot of the bad stuff happens between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, and fentanyl is a huge issue. And I know that there's issues right there at Wildwood Park right on the corner, and not having anybody police a brand new safe parking establishment that we're bringing to our community for the first time ever seems very irresponsible as an elected official. So I support the mayor's, want to have security from 11 to 7 once all security's gone. I hope that my council would support that. This is my district over here. I got a lot of kids that go to that school. A lot of kids go to Beaumont School. The other thing is there's also after-school events at the school. There's basketball games, there's football games, and there's families that park in this place here too. So it is a really, I don't know, I want to say a tough spot for this from a community concern standpoint. And although we haven't seen the focused impacts other places, we need to be very responsible. So I definitely want to have more security on site. I think only providing services for 4 hours of the 12 hours is very irresponsible. That's saying, hey, 8 hours free for all, 4 hours, watch your P's and Q's. I'm not okay with that. So I want to have security overnight. If the majority of my council is not okay with security overnight, I would vote this program down completely until I can come back and have the whole council here to vote with us, because I feel like security is a very important thing. The second thing you spoke about was a commitment to cleanliness and working restroom facilities. It sounded like we already have a commitment to cleanliness and restroom facilities, but I would definitely be great with putting an overlay on that, making sure these restroom facilities are always working, they're always clean. I want the community, when they drive by this parking lot, to say, hey, that looks like a nice facility and a great resource for the community. So I really like that. So those were two things that I really wanted to address. I also have the concerns with the Adobe. The Adobe is an amazing wedding venue. It's one of the oldest historical buildings, if not the oldest historical building in the city of Vista. And if this safe parking lot can really be put on the other side at Eucalyptus there, with just an extra 100 feet of walking to the ADA bathroom, I feel like that is a better spot as well, because it definitely doesn't abut the residences and those businesses. It's right next to the library. It's right across the street from the church and the daycare, which are both shut down from those hours, and they're not open those hours, and there's no after-school activities going on that. So for me, I much prefer the Eucalyptus site, if at all possible. If it violates ADA policies and it's not possible, it is what it is, but I think an extra 100 feet shouldn't be an issue. So that's what I would suggest. I don't know if I have to offer it as an actual amendment to a motion or a supplemental motion to approve this item. And actually, I think that's what I'm going to do, if I can get a second to it, is I'd like to offer a supplemental motion to the motion on the table to approve staff's recommendation for this parking lot, but direct them, if possible, to have it moved to the Eucalyptus side. Also make a commitment to cleanliness and working restrooms, and have security from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. to ensure community safety, to be reviewed after 60 days. And if it's an excessive cost that is unnecessary, we can remove it. But I'd much rather over-secure than under-secure. That's my motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much for the discussion. So I am completely supportive of adding more security. I didn't initially include that in my motion. I was accepting of staff's recommendation because I do not have evidence to suggest that it is necessary for us to add security, but I always say that when you do more, you get more, and I am very supportive of doing more here, and if our council is supportive of that, and we're willing to include that additional cost, I don't see any problem with that at all. I wanted to speak to a moment to this being in your neck of the woods, Councilmember Green. I had been, checking in with staff and working with them on this particular item, and I was hoping we could get it in District 3. I was very hospitable, bring it to District 3, right? If people are already sleeping in residential neighborhoods in District 3, let's have a safe parking lot there. And unfortunately, this just ended up being the best location. And I think it really is an opportunity for the city to put their money where their mouth is. I can see the eucalyptus lot being a more appropriate space. And if we can overcome and properly measure the accessible restroom distance, I think that would make a big difference, especially since, and please clarify with me, there's an admin trailer, it says admin trailer and portable restrooms, but it would just be an admin trailer, it wouldn't be portable restrooms as well.
It would be both. There would be additional portable restrooms on site, including the exterior restrooms, and the portables would be placed adjacent to the administrative trailer.
Okay, so there would be multiple restroom facilities available and potentially ADA accessible restrooms available within a reasonable distance of the eucalyptus lot. I'm not opposed to the site being here on Alta Vista Drive. I'm not opposed to it being on the eucalyptus lot. I even thought the senior center facility would be a good facility as well. I know that there's the adult school off of, or near Sunset, that was potentially even a site considered that didn't end up having the capacity, right? So wherever we can have the capacity and make it work, I think would be beneficial. One of the concerns that I have is incorporating that cost. So if maybe I could just ask staff or city manager, would we be able to, I support the concept of, supporting staff's recommendation with the inclusion of security with the assumed cost of $100,000. How would the workflow look for staff? Would this need to come back before us? Are we able to approve it now with the additional security cost? What would be our options tonight?
If we know the additional amount or not to exceed, we can interlineate add. I mean, right now, the resolution in front of you has a specific amount, I think, of 314 or something. So if the motion is to approve it up to 414, we can do that tonight. If there's anything much more substantially different, then we'll have to bring it back.
Okay, and I mean, could there be a little bit of wiggle room? Maybe it's 425, right? To
Yes.
accommodate in case the security is a little bit more than 100K. And then I don't know how we would get past the burden of looking at the eucalyptus site, right? Because I think there's a discussion being had right now that that site is more conducive because it is less central, right? It's more of a tucked away location. But what's going to push us over the threshold to choose that site? Is it that the restrooms are in a reasonable distance? Is that the main thing? Like, what is the reasonable distance for restrooms? I don't know empirically what that answer is. So, Jonathan, you could speak to that.
Yeah, we can certainly look that up. During the consultation services for the site with the service provider, it was their opinion, just based on site and having walked the distance, that the exterior restrooms of the Civic Center would effectively be inaccessible from the eucalyptus lot. So if we did move to the eucalyptus lot, we would provide additional portable restrooms, which would, again, incur a greater cost as well.
Do we have, what would the cost of additional ADA
So currently
restrooms?
with the two proposed portable restrooms, it's $87,404. We would double that, so we'd be looking at about $170,000 total to move to the eucalyptus lot.
Okay, so additional security is an additional $100,000, and an additional portable restroom that's ADA compliant is $87,000.
Correct. That would be for 2 additional portables, 1 standard, 1 ADA.
Okay. I want to hear what everybody thinks about that, because that's an additional cost that I did not take into account. In my opinion, the Alta Vista lot location is not, is a fine location. It's an okay location for a safe parking lot. I understand I don't live in the neighborhood. I begged staff to put a parking lot in District 3, but there weren't suitable locations. So because there are closer available restrooms, and based on the expertise of the service provider, I do believe that Jewish Family Services knows what program needs look like. And you're probably trying to reduce the burden of someone having to walk a distance to go to the facilities, and that's why we would provide an additional, right? I don't want the people staying at this program to have an uncomfortable experience and have to walk a great distance. If the program that we agreed to contract with is suggesting that any further distance than what is already at the Alta Vista lot would require an additional restroom facility in a temporary fashion to be brought on, I'm going to agree with you, right? Because you're the subject matter expert here, and I don't know, right? Haven't participated in this program. I haven't walked the lot myself. I think that your expertise is really valuable here. So I'm supportive of adding more security. I also, Mr. Mayor, will absolutely support having an incredibly high standard for our public facilities and ensuring that our restrooms are clean, that our litter is abated, all of that. I think that that's super important for the program participants, for the general public, for our city staff. I want everybody to come to the Civic Center. And I think that operating a program like safe parking here really creates a value of the Civic Center that I think that we want to move towards, right? Something that's inclusive to the community, where people can come to the city and get resources that ordinarily they look at our building and our facility and it's cold and it's distant to them and it feels kind of separate from the community. Being able to provide these types of services on site, huge move towards actually doing community-oriented public service. So I'm very supportive of that. Let me hear what everyone has to say about the restroom facilities. Thanks.
I'm eager to know, too, if you'd join me in my call for the parks to be set aside for our families. Mr. Olson, a quick question for you. If you would come forward, thank you. When we visited the Encinitas site, you had a portable restroom facility that was ADA compliant that I saw on site. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And I've just looked at one of our local portable restroom suppliers. They offer such a thing. I just saw you can buy one for about $2,000. I had not realized, and I just want to draw something out here, I had not realized there's bathrooms in your administrative trailer. And are those available? Is that a yes on that? Because we're hearing different things here. Are there restrooms available? Are there restrooms in the trailer facility?
Not the one that we're proposing here, nor do I believe the one in Encinitas lot. Program staff does use the portable restrooms provided on site.
All right. Was I the only one that heard this both ways?
No. They specifically say right here, admin trailer and portable restrooms are going to be right there. They're not connected to the trailer. They're just
Was the plan for the Vista site that we're discussing tonight, did it include additional restroom facilities in addition to those permanent facilities?
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
so the answer is yes. So they're not in the trailer, but there are additional restroom facilities.
Yes.
And in Encinitas, you have portable facilities that are ADA compliant.
Correct.
Is there any reason that you would not be able to have portable ADA compliant facilities on this site?
It's totally possible.
So those
We just need
individuals
to-
who have an ADA need could use the portable ADA facility, and those individuals who are capable of walking 500 or 600 feet could go and use the permanent facilities here on site.
That's correct, and I think it's consistent with the presentation. We just need to look at the implications to the budget. We would need to relook at the number of ADA versus standard units on the site, and then
You might need two
evaluate the
ADA
cost.
portables instead of
Right,
one.
the ratio might be different.
So in the original proposal received by the city, it was 2 ADA and 2 standard portable restrooms. Since there are 2 exterior ADA accessible
Gonna have
restrooms on site.
4 portables
Correct, yeah, 2 ADA.
plus 2 permanents?
In the proposal,
You got
yes,
6
correct.
restrooms for 25 cars?
So in the original proposal, the exterior restrooms were included in the proposal. That was an additional amenity based on this site, which is why we were able to adjust from the original proposal of 4 portables to just the 2.
Right. I mean, there's only usually 2 bathrooms on the plane, on a, like a 737, and there's like 190 people on that, and we seem to make it work. I'm not suggesting that we should have fewer than what would be comfortable for people. I'm just saying 6 restrooms. How many total restrooms are we talking about having here in this proposal? We have the 2 permanent. We're going to have 4 heads.
2 permanent
2 and 2.
exterior restrooms, 2 portables.
Okay. Okay.
So 4 total restrooms.
Right.
Also keeping in mind that we will host up to 25 vehicles, with each vehicle averaging 2 residents per vehicle. So that's about 50 participants plus program
I don't
staff.
know what I can tell you on the 3rd floor here, how many men's rooms do we have on the 3rd floor? Do we just have the one that are public?
We have one for staff, and then we have one on the council side.
Yes, but the one that serves all the people that work on your side of the building,
Yeah, it's one restroom.
how many men do you figure we have working here throughout the day?
I don't know.
More than 50 on the 3rd floor?
Not on the 3rd floor.
25?
Maybe 20.
No, okay. I'm just saying, I don't know how many bathrooms we need. Somebody probably knows the answer to that. Maybe it's in the building code.
So the proposed number of
What is
restrooms in the
the
proposal.
question?
I'm sorry.
But we're just saying, this whole argument over the ADA bathrooms, we're allowing ourselves to get caught onto something that isn't really a genuine hurdle. And I do want to point out, as our city attorney has asked me to note, if we do move the lot to eucalyptus, then I'm being told that we're not. We can do that. Oh, we can do that. Okay, very good. What else? What else? I'm gonna make sure I got your notes right here. So.
That was the 87,000 for the additional ADA bathroom.
For the 80, okay. Is that for the trailer or for one of these portables?
That's for the portables.
Okay. So it's cost $87,000 for a $2,000. I gotta get
Majority
this
of
business.
that fee is for the servicing, daily servicing.
So what is the servicing of the 2 units that we were planning for now? And were those gonna be ADA?
So as proposed, the $87,404 in the proposed budget includes 1 ADA and 1 standard portable, both with daily servicing.
So they're gonna come pump them out every day?
That's correct.
That seems a lot to me. I mean, that's not ordinary.
It's just a reflection of the high standard of service I think that the service provider would like to provide, which is also why there were 4 restrooms in the original proposal.
Yeah.
I think it is at council's discretion. If you would like to reduce that to 2, we can make that
I
work.
mean, we don't want them to smell bad, and I'm sure that pumping them every day would make them smell much better. But I'm not a subject matter expert here, but I mean, I do know that pumping a portable toilet every single day is adding an incredible amount of cost. So tell me what you know about this. Maybe you know more about it than I do.
Daily servicing with the restrooms is consistent with every location we have in San Diego County. But like I said earlier, we're a contracted provider if you choose to approve the contract and we follow the service levels.
But I have no expertise. Is Kuna here? He might know something about this. If Kuna's listening, we need your public works knowledge. Do you know? I have zero understanding of what happens if you pump it every other day, but that must have the cost, right?
It would reduce the cost. We'd have to do another bid.
I mean, that's a tremendous additional cost. I just don't know if it makes it horribly unlivable. I don't know. If it does, then I apologize for asking. Do you happen to know, Kuna? You have obviously provided for many portable facilities on job sites. Do you think that pumping them every single day is too much, or do you think that needs to be done to make them hospitable? Tell me if you don't know the answer, please.
It needs to be done. I have seen in the public restrooms in parks. Public restrooms in parks are clean in the night and also one during the day. All it takes is just a single person, to walk to the restroom in the morning and also to spread over like toilet paper or napkins all over the floor, and you have, a disastrous
But you're
situation.
referring to janitorial maintenance of the restroom, yes?
Yes.
I'm referring to the pumping of the facility. I'm talking about a portable restroom facility and having it pumped daily. Because we don't need Diamond Environmental or Porta-John to come and pump out the effluents every day. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing. Of course, we need janitorial service throughout the day. We need it 3, 4, 5 times a day.
I am not sure if the pumping and the cleaning is separate, if that is possible.
Well, of course. I can go clean a restroom right now, but I certainly can't pump a restroom. I don't have a truck to do that. I don't have what they call a honey wagon. So I can't pump but you give me a rag and a bottle of spritzer, I'll go clean the bathroom right now. See the great difference I'm talking about? Somebody tell me I'm not crazy here.
Mayor, if I may, if you guys would be willing to adopt a budget that would allow us to provide the number of porta potties that you would like to see, the maximum budget, we will evaluate the need for pumping and we will bring back a number to you that will reflect what the contractor believes is appropriate, that will be within or below the budget you're providing.
Very good. I'm going to have to get learned up on this. Thank you very much, Kuna. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just think that if we're, I thought Mayor Franklin, and you're saying that you wanted to ensure that the restrooms were clean, that we wouldn't think of the porta potties as different than our personal restrooms. And I will tell you, as someone who has rented a porta potty for a little farm experiment that I had with very few people utilizing it, you definitely need to clean that out, especially as we get into the hot months. You do not want to go into a porta potty that has a day, 2, 3, 4 days of waste. That is not the type of service that I think we should be providing to folks that already have a difficult time. So I am all in favor of your commitment of having super clean restrooms. And I will say, I hope that commitment moves beyond the Civic Center, because I got restrooms in District 1 at Luz Duran Park where folks are utilizing that park at so much that those restrooms need to be cleaned out too, more frequently. I got restrooms at the skate park that are closed most of the time, so I 100% take your commitment to heart, but I take it to heart for the entire city, including Bringle Terrace Park. I've had a lot of complaints about the restrooms at Bringle Terrace Park. So I say that, if we're going to be making commitments, that we take the responsibility to ensure that those commitments are citywide and that those are included for the restroom facilities, which is probably why, we're hearing all this conversation about moving the safe parking, but being able to ensure that we don't have this exorbitant cost of $170,000 in addition for restrooms. I mean, between security and having to get more restrooms, we're already at almost a whole other safe parking program. So, I'm flexible with the security. I understand that folks have concerns about it, but, I think other than that, I don't see a need to move this facility, but we can always come back, and if this is not working, then we can amend it. So I don't know if you're paying attention to me right now while I'm talking. I'm not done. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, still on. So with the litter, I don't think, if we're going to have security, it doesn't make any sense to go into the private property next door to clean that up. So I'm not in favor of extending that unless there's some kind of fee paid for that. I think that, it would even be great. I mean, we celebrated our Leadership Academy today. What if our new neighbors here could have their own type of academy? I think that would be super cool. They could take pride in having a safe place to live. It sounds like in other locations, folks are already getting together and ensuring, asking questions about beautification of that location. So I would assume that this would be the same thing here. So I am, as the seconder of the original motion, the amended motion, I will re-second that. And I think we just need to move forward. We can be arguing details until eternity, but we always have the discretion to re-review this program if necessary. And I will tell you, I don't, because I'm able-bodied, I don't have an issue for myself. If I was in this position, I wouldn't have an issue, being in the eucalyptus lot. But, as someone who's not, I don't know what those considerations should be, but it seems like it would be great for folks to have a permanent facility, especially, some of these folks are families that are living in a vehicle. I mean, how great would it be to not have to use a portable and to use an actual facility to brush your teeth and get ready for the night? So now I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
You skipped me. Thank you. I was after Karina and then you. So anyway, since nobody seconded my substitute motion, I would like to offer a friendly amendment because you did say that you would be good with the security, and you don't have any security in your motion, unless I can get a second on mine. So you didn't have any security in your motion. And then my other thing is, I also said in my substitute motion that I wanted to look into the Eucalyptus Avenue. It makes no sense to me why we can't make the 2 portable restrooms ADA restrooms and make the able-bodied people walk over to the other side there. So the ADA restrooms are right there for the ADA people, and the standard restrooms can be there. Then we don't need 2 portables, so it doesn't cost $87,000 extra dollars. What I'd like to do is see if you would just accept a friendly amendment for the security, and I will approve your motion as presented, along with the budget that was presented, and if there's enough money to move the parking lot, not cost extra money, have the security, and everybody be happy, I hope that we would all be able to agree on that. Please speak, Mrs. Melendez, and then we will vote.
All right, so I'd like to amend my motion to accept staff's recommendation with a addition of security and a budget ceiling of 425, right, in case there's a greater amount the security costs. Is that okay? And also to fit the restrooms in a way that is conducive to a comfortable environment for the program participants. 100% agree. Folks can walk a greater distance to the restrooms that are physically in the Civic Center building, and then we can have 2 ADA restrooms. I do want to make a comment about how many restrooms are needed and what type of facilities. This is a space for folks to come in after a long day. they're going to be brushing their teeth, they're going to be washing up, getting ready for bed. So that's definitely like higher capacity restroom use, you know, obviously all your other business, but a higher capacity, right, of use. So I don't really want to create an environment where people are waiting to use restrooms. I don't know what the capacity is at the other locations, but I believe you when you say that a program with 25 spots have an average of 2 participants per vehicle need for restroom facilities. And with 2 ADA trailers and 2 restrooms available on the Civic Center site, a little bit further distance, totally appropriate. And then, okay, so accept staff's recommendation, added security, restrooms that are ADA trailers, and then moving to the eucalyptus site. And we have capacity at the eucalyptus site, is that right? And that's what I would like to put forward. And does my seconder approve of that?
I do, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you. I would love to see if we can get a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. Thank you for the good conversation. That'll take us to item D2, our cannabis-related special events. Councilmember Green asked for this item to be on the agenda, so we'll ask him to introduce the item.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I did prepare a slideshow presentation for my council members and also for the public who is in attendance. I'll try to get through this fairly quickly and kind of explain the intricacies of it. If you could put my slideshow up, Miss City Clerk, I would be greatly appreciated. It's a really nice slideshow too, pictures and everything, right? Hey, thanks everybody for sticking around, by the way. A few less red shirts, but you guys are in for the long haul. I appreciate it. You're D3, so it's coming. Thank you, residents, for showing up as well. All right, so here we go. Discussion item number 2 has to do with outdoor cannabis festivals and outdoor cannabis events. Next slide, please. So a cannabis festival and an outdoor event, per the California Department of Cannabis Control, is defined as a temporary cannabis event license is required for each temporary cannabis event, and each such event may span no longer than 4 consecutive days. Temporary cannabis events can take place at a county fairground, district agriculture association, or any other venue approved by the local jurisdiction. And that's why we're here tonight, is I wanted to speak with the local jurisdiction about approving cannabis events throughout our city. Now, I want to make sure that they know that the temporary cannabis event licenses aren't licenses that are approved by the city. They actually must be approved and issued to the Department or the Bureau of Cannabis Control. So they're the ones that are responsible for all the DEI and all of the different overlays on who actually gets the licenses of being an actual event promoter. Now, the cannabis event, and sorry, go to the next slide for me, Kathy, I forgot to tell you. The cannabis event annual license fees are based off of the number of events you plan on holding during the year. And those fees are paid directly to the California Bureau of Cannabis Control. Temporary cannabis event licenses are $1,000 per event. So if one dispensary just wanted to have one event per year, outside their parking lot, or if there was just going to be one big festival, it would just be $1,000. You can see the scale of events, 5 or fewer events. They all have the same application fee, but the license fee varies from $3,000 to $20,000, and that is all paid through the Bureau of Cannabis Control at the state level. Next slide, please. Now, the Bureau of Cannabis Control has an entire cannabis event fact sheet. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I'm just trying to authorize the wheel to roll through the city of Vista. When it comes to the cannabis event facts, I was actually extremely educated in going through these events, knowing that this isn't actually a cannabis license we're giving anybody. It has nothing to do with us selling additional cannabis or allowing another dispensary. This is simply allowing an event organizer to do an event. The event organizer isn't allowed to make money off of cannabis sales at the event. So it's not like an event organizer is coming in here. Basically, their job is to make sure that the event is ran safely, effectively, and smoothly for the community. I wanted to make sure that the events fact sheet was left up here just so that anybody watching online or any of my council members who had any questions on what it takes to actually get an event license, what you can do at the events and things, All of the facts are listed on here. We've been on the first item for a very long time, so I won't go over all of the facts, but I will make sure that you know that the Bureau of Cannabis Control has a very stringent list of guidelines that are required in order to even get an event promoter's license. So we have no jurisdiction or no authority over who the promoters are. They go through the stringent process on their own. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to events, they're multi-day events. Where people can sell and consume cannabis. These events do last from 1 to 4 days at a location approved by the city. Cannabis event organizers host these temporary cannabis events. So all the event organizers are the hosts. I wanted to make sure you knew that there are national cannabis events across America. 420 was just recently. We have 11 legal dispensaries in the city of Vista, and in touring these dispensaries for one of our touring organizations here, speaking with the owners, they've wanted to have events, and they don't even have the ability to have an event outside their dispensary that is a non-cannabis event at this point. So anything like that from a permitting standpoint, I really wanted to make sure that we have laws and policies in place. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to hosting a cannabis event, you have to have 2 licenses. So you have to have the cannabis event organizer's license, and you also have to have the temporary cannabis event license that you must get at least 60 days prior to the event. So this event will be licensed with plenty of notice to make sure that the community knows, and I will go over what all those notices and what the requirements I'm hoping will be. Now, having an event organizer license doesn't authorize you to cultivate cannabis, distribute cannabis or cannabis products, manufacture cannabis, or sell cannabis goods. The role of the event organizer is strictly to coordinate all aspects of the event, maintaining the space, hiring security, posting required signs, providing the Department of Cannabis Control with a list of participants, which is basically the dispensaries and cannabis providers, and also providing the Department of Cannabis Control with a diagram showing the layout of the event and where participants will be set up. So this is very similar. We currently have a mead in the garden at Alta Vista Gardens, and we also have a Rhythm and Brews Festival for all of our breweries. So I see this as something similar to that with a licensed event organizer that is licensed through the state of California. Next slide, please. So what's the ask? What I'm trying to do today is build consensus among the council just to direct staff to allow outdoor cannabis festivals and outdoor cannabis events within the city of Vista per the laws of the state of California. Next slide. So there's 2 different types of events that I'm trying to get consensus from my council on. The first is a large-scale outdoor event, similar to festivals that they have across the nation. A large outdoor festival would have very strict requirements from a safety standpoint, and I've listed them on my slideshow here that I'm going to go over. You must be 21 years or older to participate in one of these events. No medical cards are accepted at one of these events. This isn't a medical event, it's a party event for somebody 21 years or older. Cannabis event promoters are required to have valid cannabis event licenses through the Department of Cannabis Control. So we can't just let anybody have an event who doesn't have a license. A temporary use permit must be obtained through the city of Vista, and that cost will be determined by our city staff based off of the work that would be performed. Cannabis products sold at a cannabis festival in Vista must be supplied by our Measure Z approved legal dispensaries, and that is a city law. Since Measure Z was passed by the voters, the only cannabis that's allowed to be sold within the city of Vista is cannabis that's sold under Measure Z guidelines, which is taxed and audited. All city and state taxes must be paid and audited per the Measure Z guidelines. Event promoters must offer all Vista legal dispensaries an opportunity to rent a booth or space on site to offer their products to consumers of the festival. My goal with this is any event promoter coming in isn't bringing in outside cannabis businesses that aren't providing safe products. Our 11 dispensaries are good businesses. They're good players. They're tracked seed to sale, track and trace system, and we want to make sure that the revenue that's generated at these festivals is given back to the city. Additionally, the consumers of these products are going to be generating revenue for our hotels, revenue for our businesses, for our restaurants, so it's a very good opportunity. Event promoters must have a legal written agreement with at least one legal dispensary within the city guaranteeing cannabis product, promotion, and supply in line with the state of California and City of Vista laws and codes. The reason why that's in there is because you can't have a cannabis festival without cannabis. And since you can only sell one type of cannabis in Vista, unless a cannabis dispensary wants to partner with a promoter, no promoters or organizers are going to be allowed to have events within the city of Vista. And I feel like that is really going to allow local control to our dispensaries, making sure that every dispensary is offered the opportunity to have a booth at the event is also going to make sure that no one dispensary is really monopolizing the events. And these are for the large-scale outdoor events. So things like Bringle Terrace Park, any of our park locations, or any other location that the council would deem appropriate. At this point, the only park I would think would be appropriate would be Bringle Terrace, because it's a large-scale facility with a lot of different areas where you could do different types of consumption activities. Number 8, the entire event where cannabis is consumed must be privacy fenced off with no visible access to the area from the public right-of-way, and that is a state law. I also forgot to go over what's a state law and what's a city law. We have additional city requirements that my council is going to see in front of them, and I'm hoping that in addition to the state laws that they have on these outdoor events, we can overlay special city requirements to make sure that they're beneficial to our city cannabis businesses. Number 9, event promoter must submit a safety plan for approval that meets all industry standards based on projected attendance, i.e. security, sheriff, traffic control, consumption limits, etc. And that's going to be a city requirement. In order to get your temporary use permit, you have to provide a safety plan to us. Where is everybody going to be parked? If you're going to be shuttling them to and from the event, what is the path of travel to and from the event? The state of California has specific guidelines on how many security guards are required for every single occupant. So every 30 occupants might need 1 security guard. So if I'm going to have 3,000 occupants, do I need 30 security guards on site? Those things have to be in compliance with not only state law, but also the city law. Off-site parking, transportation must be approved by City of Vista staff. I want to make sure that my engineering department, my planning department, and my community development department knows when these events are taking place, which they'll obviously be issuing the license 60 days prior to the event, but they'll also be able to see what the path of travel is going to be and what type of traffic conditions we're going to have or traffic control needs we would need. No alcohol or tobacco is to be consumed on site. That is a state law. This is a cannabis festival. It's not an alcohol festival, not a tobacco festival. If you want to drink alcohol or tobacco, go to the Brewers Fest or go to a tobacco festival. But the cannabis festival, state law mandates. There's no tobacco and no cannabis on site. And in the city of Vista, that will be no different. Number 12 is that all cannabis must be packaged and sealed in a tamper-evident bag upon exiting the venue. This ensures nobody leaves my venue with open containers. And the bags are child-proof. There's a tamper-proof seal on them, as in any other festival, so that when people are leaving with their products, they are not open containers. So this is a large-scale outdoor festival. There are a lot of stipulations over it, and there's definitely some additional city overlays that I felt like were necessary. I know that when it comes to cannabis businesses, we're very careful to make sure that we're including everybody, and I wanted to make sure that if in the event we have large-scale outdoor festivals, the city of Vista puts a policy in place that protects all of our dispensary owners and makes sure that everybody has the opportunity to participate in these particular festivals. And if you can't finance a whole festival on your own, you're at least going to get an invite to every festival that's thrown to participate in. So I love the idea of making sure that the promoters include everybody that is licensed within our city. Go to the next page for me here. The outdoor events at dispensaries or on private property. Now, this one was a little different. I've just taken a couple things out of it simply because there's some requirements for large-scale festivals that aren't going to be required for the small dispensaries. And this was a little gray area that I'm really looking for advice from my council on, because these dispensaries, even like on 420, if they wanted to have a food truck giving away free tacos or churros or let people buy food, that wasn't even allowed because there's no party, nothing ever available at dispensaries. When you make it a cannabis consumption event, the way that a cannabis consumption event works at a dispensary is that you can't sell cannabis outside the dispensary. All cannabis has to be sold inside the dispensary and could be consumed outside the dispensary, but it would still have to abide by the California laws as far as sheltering and fencing and blocking visual from the right of way and things like that. So there's a lot of securities that's in line with the state of California as far as the amount of the event promoter has to still present a safety plan. You have to make sure that it's privacy fenced. But this particular event, the private events, you don't have to offer all the other dispensaries to come to your dispensary. So I figured some of our dispensaries have big parking lot areas. There's the Dr. Green RX is a big one. The, Wellgreens has a big area over here by Vaughn's. And in the event they wanted to do a fenced off area at their dispensary, I wanted to see if the council would allow them to buy a temporary use permit. They still have to partner with an event promoter that is licensed with the state of California. All of those guidelines are still in place. But would you be open to the dispensaries having events where they consume cannabis? If you would not be open to the dispensaries having events where they consume cannabis, but you're okay with the festivals, I'd like to at least be able to direct staff to allow the dispensaries to have some type of customer appreciation events that don't include cannabis consumption, that the business owners would be able to attract additional people to, or kind of reward their customers who are loyal customers, because knowing that there's 11 different dispensaries, they have a lot of choices. And if these dispensaries, like other businesses, could have customer appreciation days, believe it or not, that would be a great tool for these businesses. So I know cannabis isn't widely accepted by everybody by any means, but it was accepted by Vista voters by a majority. And we currently have 11 dispensaries operating legally without the focused impacts that everybody was concerned with. I really feel like having an outdoor festival in the city of Vista is going to be an amazing benefit for the city of Vista. It's going to bring more people to Vista, more money to Vista. And from a safety standpoint, I don't think that we're going to have the focused impacts that the community is going to be worried about, because the state of California has already put guidelines and overlays in place which have protected communities with their guidelines. And when you look at the other festivals that have taken place, they just took place on 420. Look at the crime stats, look what happened. They weren't detrimental to communities. If anything, they were very positive. And the news stories that were done across the county on these festivals were very positive, really light, really bright. So for me, when I got elected in 2016, I brought cannabis forward to try to legalize prior to Measure Z. It didn't work out. Measure Z came through. We saw the benefit to the community, and it was converted to recreational, and we're still working with very good businesses in the city today. So I know that I'm sure we have a couple of speakers, one or two maybe, but the truth is I wanted council to look at this. We did receive 72 signed things from residents in the city of Vista that live in the city of Vista. I did a little thing about 36 hours ago just trying to get support from residents, and I got 72 signed certified residents that said, let's go. If I would have done it sooner, might have been able to get more, but I've included 72 residents in the package as well. So love to hear from my council, love to hear from speakers, and I really hope that we can just direct staff to come up with the policy, which would inevitably come back to us to approve, but just something that could allow cannabis events, whether they're definitely the large scale, and I'm open to what you think on the smaller events. Go to the next slide, please, Kathy, because this is my favorite one. Thank you. So I really appreciate your time and consideration, regardless what you do. Know that our 11 dispensaries within the city of Vista really want this. All the consumers of the cannabis in the city and in the surrounding communities want it. So I hope that you'll see things the way I do and maybe make this happen for the community. Call the speakers.
Okay, we have one speaker on this item, which is Philip E.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I remember growing up back in the 1900s, we could point to the people who were bringing drugs into our neighborhood and saying, that's the bad guy right there. And now we're living in the twilight zone, and it's sad. I know we passed legalization of marijuana in Vista. You're saying it's a voter initiative, but I know a strong council with regards to public safety knows how to keep those things off the ballot or make sure they don't pass like they've done in Carlsbad, San Marcos, Escondido, where it's strictly prohibited. As I understand, the law says businesses cannot operate within 500 feet of public gathering spaces, parks, schools, something like that. Not that far, by the way, 500 feet, but now we're saying to allow it in our public parks, in public spaces, where we're supposed to share with our families, our children, That's unacceptable, completely unacceptable. And you say that we have beer festivals and we allow the sale of alcohol at festivals. Well, there is a difference between alcohol and a federally regulated substance. And two wrongs don't make a right anyway. And if you don't have the backbone to stand up for what's right, then you're not a leader. So as a resident of Vista and a family man trying to raise 2 kids, I strongly oppose trying to bring these events to Vista. The dispensaries are not hurting for business. They have plenty of business. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you to our one public speaker, and thank you, Councilmember Green, for bringing this forward. Mr. Connolly, this would be considered a new use, correct, of cannabis?
Yes, we would have to prepare a policy and potentially code amendments to address this issue.
Okay. And thus far, we haven't brought forward new uses. Why? Because I know I've been pushing for a cannabis lounge, talking about consumption, and I know during a public meeting, it seemed like there was consensus from a majority of the council for a cannabis lounge, but we're not bringing that forward yet. What is the reason for that?
We have direction from the council on lounges and cultivation, and we've been waiting to complete our equity study before we bring those back.
Okay. And this is the cannabis equity study, right? That we got like $75,000 in grant money from the state to do. And we anticipate that study what's the timeline for it?
We expect it around the end of this year.
Okay. With that said, I don't have an issue with an additional use. I do have an issue with permitting an additional new use before we get the cannabis equity study back. I'm not in a rush. I have no promises to anybody that I'm going to, have a weed festival or whatever the case might be. So I'm not in a huge rush to do this. I would really, especially when we're talking about revenues, I would really, really, really want to have a cannabis equity study prior to solidifying new uses. I think that a lot of harm has been done to communities of concern for a very long time with the war on drugs, and now there are folks that are making tons of money off of it. I really want to be able to focus a large portion of our cannabis revenue, which right now we're looking at, like $6.8 million for fiscal year 2022, right? Which is a lot of money. But, we've had students, our youth come forward and talk about, how they want to be able to have more events for prevention. And I think more revenue that we get from cannabis should definitely go to supporting our youth with scholarships, with prevention programs, with extended resources in the form of, recreational opportunities, and really trying to maximize those dollars as we invest them into our community. So I don't have a problem with it. I don't want to do it prior to the cannabis equity study because we've already, decided that we want to look at consumption and cultivation. I kind of want this to be in line with those other initiatives. We'll get to a point where we can have a back and forth. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Also, when it comes to using Bringle Terrace or the Moonlight or any facility on Bringle Terrace, whether it's the Alta Vista Gardens, when we were talking about traffic calming, there was something illuminated by a member of the public, and actually I think she left, she was here earlier, in that it's really difficult to transverse the backside of the Moonlight while there are a lot of vehicles, and sometimes they go very high speed. So, you know, I've gone to the Mead Fest. I love Mead. It's great. I didn't get to go this last time. But I do see this really big concern, and if we were to have more events that are large-scale events at Bringle Terrace, I think we need to expedite a walking path that's separated from the road. I don't know what that would cost, or, you know, anything of that nature, how long it would take to do. But I really think that that park is just so incredible. It really is like a central park for the city of Vista, and there's a lot of foot traffic. So I just worry that if we use this park for even more large-scale events, it's only a matter of time before we have a situation, and I would really like to prevent that. As far as your asks from the council to review the large-scale outdoor festivals and the outdoor events at dispensaries or private property, I'm fine with both. I think, you know, to me, I think Councilmember Green outlined to a T my idea and my thoughts on cannabis, that, you know, there was a lot of fear in the community when we implemented this, and we really haven't seen any of that materialize. What we have seen is a lot of additional revenue that actually has helped us balance our budget, because prior to us having cannabis revenue, we were looking at a budget deficit. Now, that's why I think it's really important for us to be fiscally responsible with that cannabis dollars, and not program it away, because it's so volatile, right? We don't know how much we're going to get. Well, it's projected that we might be at, you know, 7 million plus for fiscal year 23, which is going to start July 1st. But yeah, so those are my thoughts, but I definitely support both event types. I just really want to be hyper vigilant and critical of how we're utilizing cannabis revenue. I want to ensure that there's a big public benefit from it, because we have a lot of youth that are at risk, and definitely we can either, as a society, have a punitive way of moving forward, or we can have a preventative way of moving forward. And being preventative, not only does that cost less money on the front end, it also provides so many better outcomes than being punitive. So yeah, I really do think about what we can do to help our youth. So if this brings in more revenue for us to be able to do that, I'm on board with it.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I would be interested in learning more about this opportunity. I am supportive of giving more opportunities for people to use cannabis in a safe and secure location. I think a lot of community members have asked, right? You know, I'm not allowed to smoke in my apartment. I've gotten in trouble for that. You know, I don't have like a saloon I could go to. I don't have a bar I can go to. I don't have a lounge I can go to, right? Is there somewhere I can go? You know, for me, it's not a matter of like personal preference. It's just creating space for the community as they're requesting it. And I think that the Alta Vista Gardens is a beautiful location for something like this, especially because some of the requirements that you're describing would be, you know, fencing it in. there's so many restrictions around cannabis, right? There can't be advertisements and these different issues. So we don't necessarily want these activities to be in view of the public. So of course, we'd want to make sure that it's insulated, right? But it's still a safe space. Also, something that came to mind in this discussion, which I appreciate you bringing forward, if this is an opportunity for multi-day events, right? I'm really glad that we are reevaluating our short-term rental requirements because we don't have a lot of hotels here in Vista, right? We don't, we're becoming more and more of a destination city. And recently I brought forward a discussion about our short-term rentals, and our council was able to give our staff direction about, hey, if you have an Airbnb or a short-term rental, here are the requirements you have to abide by. So if we were to allow for a multi-day cannabis event, unlike the other cities around us, we would have a huge hospitality opportunity. And that's a good thing, but it also creates additional problems that we want to make sure that we're prepared for that, right? I know that there have been different discussions, even in our general plan, right, about where potential hospitality spaces can be and zoned for future development, right? And then looking at short-term rentals in neighborhoods, making sure that they are, I would really want to make sure that our permitting process and our requirements for operation for short-term rentals comes back to us and is, approved by the council before any large event, just so that, hey, with all this new tourism, we're prepared for that. One of the questions I had was, what is the timeline? And I think we kind of get to decide that now and here and now. But one of the things I had asked Mr. Conley in my staff prep conversations was what the different events, right? So there's events that are being proposed that are consumption, right? On-site consumption. And then there's events that are more promotional, right? So I think that there's a distinction between the two. I don't know how the equity study would fit into a promotional event, right? If they're not necessarily a new, would that be considered a new use?
Not from the staff perspective.
Okay, so I really appreciate what Contreras is referencing, that if we're going to have, this set of guidelines for new cannabis uses based on an equity study, I would want to incorporate this new use into that as well. Another question I had for Conley was, can we earmark, right, with the fees? Can we earmark certain fees for certain uses? And instead of kind of getting into those details, I think it just makes sense to include this potential new use into the pool of uses that we're considering as we're delving into our cannabis study. But what's the timeline on our equity study for cannabis?
We expect to have it done by the end of the year. We're just going out with an RFP for it.
Okay, I'm sorry if that was stated before and I missed it, but so end of the year, right? So if we were to incorporate the use of a special use permit for events alongside cultivation, lounges, which would be a whole new business model, right? I think that that would be appropriate because I don't want to get ahead of that cannabis equity study and then kind of go back and see, oh, well, the cannabis equity study revealed this information that would have been beneficial to use at that time. So I think having that information for the cannabis equity study is going to be really beneficial. And if it's not beneficial, then at least we kind of have it all grouped together and we've done our due diligence there. I just don't know what the information is going to be that they're providing. So I'd be curious in seeing. One of the questions I had was about tampering and open containers. So at this special event, let's say you purchase a product to use at the event. Yeah, maybe if you could respond if that's acceptable, Mr. Mayor. No, okay, so like let's say you go and you purchase a gummy at the event and you eat the gummy, and then you also purchase another product to take home, right? Are there like different products that you're being sold? Is it like, are you only being sold something to be used on site at that time? Or are you also being sold things that you can then take home? Because that's where I was concerned about the tampering. Like, who's going to stop you from opening a package?
No, and I didn't get that either. So apparently, the state of California requires that all cannabis that leaves any festival is in a tamper-proof container. So the event promoters are actually required to have bags so that when you exit the facility, you give them all of the product that you purchased, whether it's been opened or not. So like say you get a tube of gummies and there's 12 gummies, you eat 2 gummies and there's 10 left, okay? You don't have to throw 10 away and not take them home.
Right, like
you
an
put them in a
airplane.
tamper-proof bag, which they seal, and then they put like a thing over to where once you slide it, you can see that it was tampered with.
Gotcha.
So as you leave, all your product goes in a tamper-proof bag.
So that's like
when you
a
exit.
benefit for law enforcement, right?
Exactly.
So if you get pulled over, they can see, oh, this is not an open container.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to talk about in this discussion was about enforcement and driving under the influence and those types of concerns. I think you mentioned parking, transportation, that type of stuff, shuttling. I think it was referenced a couple of meetings ago, Councilmember Contreras said, that she still supports cannabis lounges and that she really would love to see unanimous support about it. And I think, Green, you may have changed your stance where you're open to consumption on site, which is what this is, right? Consumption on site. So, and you mentioned perhaps new technology that allows for us to screen individuals based on their use or to see if somebody is under the influence when they're driving and using cannabis. What is that, the status of that?
So for me, they've been actually able to give DUIs to cannabis consumers, which before they weren't even giving DUIs to cannabis consumers. And additionally, there's swab technology that can actually trace this, in your mouth, like if you've recently smoked. And the problem with, urine tests and things like that is that the cannabis would stay in your urine for 30 days. So you didn't know if they had smoked on a Friday night or if they smoked on a Monday when they tested on a Tuesday. So the ability to determine if somebody's driving under the influence is much more, determinable, I guess I would say now by law enforcement than before. And there are different ways to actually test for that. And speaking with our city manager, some of our sheriffs don't use that yet. So I would say in order to have this again, and the whole thing is I'm not implementing a policy right now, so I appreciate you guys supporting it because really what we want to do is say, hey, staff, figure out all the intricacies of this because public safety is, our top priority. But now my stance has changed because there are now consumption lounges all over. I know one was visited, I think you visited one in Hollywood. I had somebody else visit one recently up in Palm Springs. And the way that these lounges are done now are in a much safer fashion, and law enforcement has kind of caught up from a technology standpoint where they know when somebody's under the influence of marijuana. So for me as a dad and a grandpa and a PTA dude, I really feel like from a law enforcement and safety standpoint, we finally caught up with it. Now, mind you, medical marijuana was legalized in 1996, so it's been, 25 years, almost 30 years since it was legalized. So in that time, they've definitely been able to come around with it. So for now, I feel much better from a safety standpoint. And I supported lounges as well. I wanted to do that on this same discussion item, but it was my understanding they already had consensus on lounges and they were just waiting. My only question on the equity study, and actually, go finish what you're doing. I was trying to answer your question,
I
sorry.
have a few more comments, but thank you. So there are ways for a law enforcement officer to issue a DUI for someone who has been consuming cannabis, primarily when you're smoking, because they can swab the inside of your mouth, but not when they're consumables, right? Like other consumables, right? Edibles that are, tinctures, things that are like digestible, right? Versus smoke. So I guess the technology is not there yet to be able to test immediately. I think that DUIs are always a concern. I know that there's a concern with them for alcohol. I think alcohol is in the fact that it's so prolific in our community is very dangerous. I think that it's incredibly poisonous to people. And I don't think that cannabis, I think that we should have both a critical view and a dynamic view of cannabis, where we recognize that it's not the same as alcohol, but we do want the same level of safety regardless. So I would just be concerned about enforcement. And then also on the day of these events, I would be concerned about, an increased level of enforcement needed by our sheriff deputies that we aren't able to provide, right? Because there's so much activity throughout the entire city. I would hate to have a big event and not be able to accommodate that at our sheriff level. So I definitely want to make sure our sheriff deputies have the technology available that they need. I want to make sure that we have the coverage that we need. I want to make sure that we have the hospitality that we need, the data and the equity studies that we need. And what were there any other comments that I had about this? I'm generally supportive. Even in the last discussion we had regarding the safe parking, $250,000 for that program is being allocated from excess cannabis revenues, right? Safe parking for people experiencing homelessness is being paid for in large part because of cannabis revenues in our city. I'm super proud about that and happy that we get to provide that life-saving service to people because of a very successful business set of businesses in our community. So I'm grateful for that. I support a walking path in general. I think that we need to have safer walking around the Bringle Terrace area because I'll walk my dog around there and people are driving down the hill. Okay, and you mentioned, so some of the items here, they were city requirements versus state requirements. So are these ones that you're listing as a city requirement, are these what you're recommending now, or are these already city requirements?
No, these are just ones that I'm hoping that you guys will look at and say that these are additional. Sorry. I'm hoping that when you guys look at the additional city requirements, that we would just say, hey, in addition to state requirements, we want to make this extra safe, so we want to make this a city requirement. So number 9 on there had to do with the safety and the sheriff and stuff. So
Right.
that's a city requirement that you would probably support.
Yeah, I actually support pretty much all the city requirements. I think the big thing is just being able to earmark the funds and like base it off of our cannabis equity study because it is a new use. And that was something I discussed with city manager is how are we gonna use the funds? Is it gonna go directly in our general fund? And I think a lot of those questions can be answered by the cannabis equity study. So I think I'm good on my comments for now, but thanks for bringing this forward. I think it's a really interesting idea.
I think you deleted me. I pressed the button.
I'm going to offer my thoughts. So it is as I have said before, and nobody is confused as to where I stood years ago. I wasn't in favor of cannabis sales. However, the people of Vista did vote it in by 57%, which was the same number that we saw in statewide voting. We do have events to promote our breweries, and our Measure Z businesses are lawful businesses. The people of California have seen fit to legalize this, and we've got now 4 successive presidential administrations who have refused to enforce the federal laws in a meaningful way in states that have adopted legal sales. So we have a status quo that essentially favors it. I can't see any reason to oppose it. I've seen the security requirements placed on these events. They are pretty substantial, like 100 security personnel or something I think was going to be required. It's very significant. I too have concerns about people using and then traveling. However, it was kind of eye-opening when we heard that one of our dispensaries in a planning item, what was it, last meeting, has 1,600 vehicles coming and going every day. So 1,600 customers from one dispensary, now multiply that times the 11, we get 10,000 cars coming and going every day from our dispensaries, probably conservatively. So adding another 1,000 going to a festival in one day, I'm not seeing the differential, honestly. It's, so are we going to, in this equity study, are we going to specifically examine the diversity, equity, and inclusion as relates to lounges? Was that something that we had planned to do?
We're going to address all the proposed uses that are coming forward. So yeah, lounges, cultivation, and potentially these special events.
Okay.
So we'll ask the consultant to look at all of those.
I look forward to reading that. So I've never been a consumer of the green product. Sorry to say, but it's never appealed to me. But I understand that a lot of our community uses it lawfully and responsibly, including a lot of good friends of mine who I never would have thought were growing it in their garage and other things. So, including one of my friends who's like almost 90. I'm with you. I'd like to ask staff to bring back a proposal to allow promotional events that would benefit our Vista business owners. Councilman Green.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for just your input in this. I really appreciate it. My concern with the equity study was that it wasn't going to include event promoters because we don't give promoter licenses out. So I don't know, what the study.
So what the city attorney indicated to me is that it will evaluate how we distribute licenses or
The temporary use
allowable-
permits per se? Okay.
Right, but it won't necessarily address the parameters beyond that.
Yeah, because they get their licenses somewhere else. So it'd just be like, hey, if we issue 20 TUPs per year, this many should be issued to these particular. Is that what it is? Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. Well, I think, in my opinion, this is a success, man. We're going to be able to hopefully make this happen, have a good policy forward, something that's safe. And from our law enforcement standpoint in the background, speak with Captain Boyce and all your peeps and make sure that we are ready to enforce when this actually comes forward to keep the community safe. So any additional resources out there, I'd love to make sure that we have at our disposal as a city, municipality. So thank you so much for discussing this. I really appreciate it. I see Deputy Mayor Contreras has something else, but thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Really, no, nothing else. It was all my questions were answered, and I appreciate that we are going to review new uses and have this cannabis equity study. I think it's great that we got state money for it too. Thanks. I'm in favor.
Okay, now finally I got a little excited with item C11, but that was just replacing one of our existing ambulances. Now we're going to get to add some ambulances and staff. Item D3, our third item, is from our fire department regarding modification of ambulance staffing. And our interim fire chief, Roy Palmer, will introduce the item, along with Craig Usher and Chief Davidson. Chief Usher, Battalion Chief Davidson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We're here tonight to present to you some proposed modifications to the current ambulance delivery system in the city. If you take a few moments and we'll go through our PowerPoint and be willing to answer any questions along the way. Next slide. In 1927, our citizens organized the first volunteer fire department with 14 members, and they called it the Vista Fire Protection District. In 1939, Foster Bryant Mortuary provided the first ambulance service in Vista. Shortly after that, Marine Corps, Camp Pendleton, provided us with a used Pontiac ambulance, and we used that until 1971. In 1977, the Vista Fire Department purchased new ambulances when we got a new thing called paramedics. They provided services to the community, and over time, we've increased ambulances to 4. In 2010, due to the economic downturn, the city had to reduce the ambulances to 3. And then in 2017, the city was able to reestablish that 4th ambulance. Currently, we have 4 advanced life support or ALS ambulances throughout our city. They're stationed at stations 1, 3, 4, and 6. Currently, our call volume in Vista increases approximately 5% per year. We had a small dip in 2020. There was something going on around then. But last year in 2022, we had 16,401 calls for service. Again, the number is increasing by 5% per year. 3 of our Vista Fire Department's 4 ambulances exceed the unit hour utilization industry standard of 25%. And that is a measure of how busy is that unit based on a national standard. Currently, the map you see before you is concentration of our responses throughout the city. The really bright yellow areas are extreme use areas, and they pretty much follow the Vista Way corridor. Unit hour utilization is a percentage of time a unit is responding, providing care, or at the hospital. Basically, they're unavailable to respond to another incident. The Commission on Fire Accreditation International recommends the maximum unit hour utilization for a fire-based EMS unit to be below 25%. On the right, there's charts the last 3 months of this year. 1 month is in the green, February, and that's only for 1 ambulance. The rest of the units there have exceeded the 25%. And then the column on the right is historical data for the last 3 years, and we consistently have units that are outside that green in the red and dark red, indicating extremely high averages. If we do not do anything to change our ambulance delivery model moving forward, the red line indicates the percentage of the 25% that we recommend for unit hour utilization. And in 2021, we're at 26% or 28%. And then projecting out using the 5% call volume each year, we're in the 34% range if we maintain our current 4 ambulances. If we're given direction tonight by council to, based on our proposal, to add some units, and we add 2 more units to our system, we immediately, once those units go into place, we drop our units below the 25% unit hour utilization, and even projecting out to 2025, it still maintains those units below the 25%. Approximately 2 years ago, North County Dispatch began triaging calls. And triage is determining the severity of a complaint through a structured questioning. And those questions are evaluated by a medical director. The data established that approximately 70% of the calls coming into our 911 system for medical assistance are of a basic life support or a BLS level of care. These calls do not require paramedic advanced life support care. However, all responses still receive an ALS or advanced life support assessment. Fire Department's recommendation is we add 1 BLS unit with non-safety emergency medical technicians, which is the BLS level of care, in July of 2023. This would immediately help our unit hour utilization for 3 of our ambulances. We recommend a second BLS unit be implemented in January of 2024, and that would replace the one that's on loan from North County Fire, which they have said we can use until January of 2024. The proposal we presented to you tonight is an ambulance program, includes 12 new non-safety EMTs, overhead staff to support the program, which includes a fire captain, a division chief, and an HR staff support member. The current projected fiscal impact, personnel costs of $1.77, equipment and supplies, which is one-time costing of $696,303, with a projected total cost of $2,467,183. This would be offset with estimated transport revenues of $1.2 million, and that is based off our neighbors who have very similar programs and their actual revenues last fiscal year, which takes our net cost down to $1,267,183, counting those one-time costs in place. That's the end of our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. And we do have one speaker, Miles Sweeney.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Miles Sweeney. I'm the proud president of the Vista Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 4107. I rise in support of this agenda item, and I'd just like to take a minute to thank those who are responsible for placing this in front of you tonight. First and foremost are the co-chairs of the VFFA ALS 2023 committee. That'd be Michael Saldana and Patrick McDonald, their entire committee, and everyone who contributed to its success. I'd like to thank Chief Davidson and Chief Usher, Chief Palmer also, for their support and their contributions to the final document that they presented to you. I'd like to thank each one of you also. You took your time out of your busy days and your schedules to sit with Mike and Pat, learn about our service standards, our increasing call volumes, unit hour utilization challenges, but more importantly, we discussed a roadmap and a path in resolving these issues and best serve our citizens. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our city manager, John Conley, for his guidance and helping also solve these call volume issues and staffing. Thank you, sir. And finally, on behalf of the VFFA, I'd like to thank HR Director Dolores Gascon and Tracy, Annalisa, and everyone in HR for all the work they do for the Vista Fire Department. The VFFA supports the additional HR coordinator within the report because we know firsthand of the workload that's placed upon our fellow employees, and we hope they know how much they are appreciated. The VFFA asked for this council support and vote tonight so we, as a Vista team, all together, can provide these much-needed services to the public that we swore an oath to care for and protect. Thank you for your leadership and your consideration tonight. And I'd like to also just say thank you very much for remembering Andy. He's forever in our hearts, and he'll forever be part of this fire department. So thank you for that moment of silence, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, VFFA, for triggering this presentation. For me, we get these biannual reports, and I think it was a failure to address the council of the critical nature before us. The fact that the utilization of our ambulance is just it's not within the standard that it should be. So I want to take a look at a few things. One of them is, Kathy, if you could put up the slide that shows the response concentrations, like the heat map. Thank you, I appreciate it. What I notice here in conversations with our fire department, there's a little heat spot developing on the North Santa Fe corridor, but we have no fire station there. I think it's really imperative that the city, and this is not part of this discussion, but I do want to make the statement that as the North Santa Fe corridor becomes more and more dense, and it will continue to become more and more dense, especially with new state regulations and the fact that it's transit-oriented development. It's going to be critical for us as a city to secure property on the North Santa Fe corridor. I think that needs to be, one of our primary goals within the next year or 2 years is to secure property on that North Santa Fe corridor. It looks like that's North Santa Fe where it crosses with, is that Beaubier?
Yes, that's the generalized area.
Okay. Yeah, and this is something where if the council were to move forward with appropriating land, we can make a really attractive package for, state and possibly federal funding. Prior to our current assembly member, we had Assembly Member Tasha Berner, and she helped us get $5 million for Fire Station 3 rebuild. So that was really amazing. But seeing as how we want to get to our response, our incidents in a timely fashion because it's life or death, I have real concerns about the North Santa Fe corridor because we don't have the presence of a fire station there. So I think that's going to be critical for the city, especially as there's not that much land left on the North Santa Fe corridor. So I really want us to be going after the land that's there. A fire station is not a small thing. So we need to make sure we have enough land where we can build a fire station. And perhaps we can have a fire station with a pocket park. I think that would be great. So I just want to put that out there. I do have questions regarding some of the asks. I have a question regarding the division chief and the human resources coordinator. And I want to ask our city manager a little bit because I heard VFFA is supporting the human resources coordinator, but I really, for me, this is a huge cost. It's absolutely necessary, but the closer we can get to it being, neutral, I think that's important because we can always reevaluate. And if the needs are so great that we need to add a human resources coordinator, then, that's something that we can do in the future. But Mr. Conley, I know that we don't have enough staff for everything, but we also don't have enough money for everything. So, can you talk to me a little bit about what the human resources coordinator would be doing, and how many hours we would anticipate that they would need?
I'm going to ask Dolores Gascon, our HR director, to address that.
Awesome, thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, evening, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. The HR coordinator would assist our HR analyst who's in charge of all our recruitments. Right now, we're running about 70, 75 recruitments this year, which is more than we've done in the past. Our more complex recruitments are for the fire department because we're hiring highly specialized personnel, and those can take, they're very involved processes. And so what we need is really someone who can come in and help free up our analyst so she can concentrate on those needs of the fire department. We also have special payroll processes that go along with getting new employees onboarded. And that's also what the HR coordinator would be helping our payroll technicians with as more of a lead, because we're hitting a breaking point. And we want to make sure that we can get these positions recruited, filled, and in the stations as quickly as possible.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. And I have a question. So it sounds like this is really for the onboarding process, or is this an ongoing need? after we already do our recruitment, people are onboarded, the payroll, gets initiated? Do we anticipate that the need will continue beyond that?
Probably with more personnel, yes. Again, just this year, fiscal year, we've run, I believe it's 4 firefighter, paramedic testing recruitments in a variety of ways. We've done both a captain's and an engineer's test, and we usually do those on odd years. And then we've also had some other recruitments, 2 recruitments with fire inspection, and a couple of BC recruitments, where, as you know, we're running a deputy chief and a fire chief recruitment right now. So that's just within the department, and we do have a lot more throughout the city that we're trying to fill and stay on top of. But we really want to focus and free up some time for our HR analyst so that she can really focus on the specialized needs.
And is this something that could be contracted for a certain amount of time, or is it just better just to have someone in-house?
It's always better to have someone in-house. I mean, we could contract, and we have a special project right now that we've been able to bring in a retired annuitant, but my colleagues throughout the county in HR, we're always looking for retired annuitants that we could bring in on a temporary basis, and we're all having difficulties trying to fill that need.
Okay, and about how much does, because I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me on this presentation, but how much is the human resources coordinator of this?
For fully loaded, I believe, he's got the number there.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, the fully loaded cost is $133,000, $133,129.
Per year?
Correct, that's per year.
Okay. Okay, it's so, I'm going to tell you that this decision is really difficult because everybody's talking about fiscal cliff. What I would hate to do is have to claw back what we put forward. I would rather add than have to remove in the future. So I appreciate you sharing, and thank you so much for that.
One just last
sure.
thing, a little bit of perspective. We have not added to the HR staff in 10, 11 years. And in that time, the city's added 40 positions. So we're seeing a tipping point. So I was really thrilled that the fire department was willing to entertain this and bring this to your attention. But there is a need. If it's not this way and it's another time, we'll have that discussion.
Okay, yeah. And so I hear you, right, that this is within this conversation for the personnel that we are looking to get, it is definitely a need, but it sounds like everybody in HR is stretched pretty thin. So it seems like it's just overall it's needed, whether or not we had it in this conversation or not. Okay, I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Question then about the division chief. How much is the division chief?
The fully loaded cost, because that position also includes a vehicle, is $361,091.
Wow. Okay, that's significant. Mr. Conley, it makes the HR resources coordinator look like a bag of candy compared to the cost of a division chief. Is it critical for us to have a division chief?
So I want the chiefs to address that if you could.
Hi, thank you for letting us address that. So the division chief is a manager, and I think Chief Usher can give you the history on adding management and how much staff we've added as well, similar to the human resources need where we've added 2 ambulances and an engine company with staff and not added to admin. And then in addition to that, we're asking to add 12 personnel with a new program. There are some things that at the management level we need to have done. For instance, a training officer right now has training for everybody and probably has one of the largest administrative workloads. Carlsbad, Oceanside, Escondido all have a similar division chief position. It's administrative chief, and what they do is they take the recruitment and the testing portion of that from the training officer, because it's really a a joint effort between HR and the department. So what we'd like to do is take that workload off the training officer so they can concentrate on new hires, probationary training, and the primary job of a training officer, and use those administrative functions to do the testing. We do see the BLS unit as being a continuous recruitment. It's a BLS non-safety position. So I think for diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's great that we'll be able to take our kids out of the Explorer program where we see a lot more diversity, and we bring them into the program. But because they're young and it's an entry-level position into the fire service, we see the turnover rate being high. Currently, in the last 3 years, we've had a continuous recruitment for firefighter paramedic, and that's been a continuous recruitment throughout the year. And in the past, we haven't seen that. So we'd like the administrative chief to not only take the firefighter paramedic recruitments off the training officer, but this new position with the BLS EMTs also be able to do the continuous recruitment for that, as well as take the promotional exams like engineer, captain, and battalion chief that go on annually to biannually and pull those away from the training officer. It'll also help us shore up our health and safety. As you guys know, behavioral health, cancer, our ability to do our green sheets when we have safety issues, we can do that better if we transfer that from the training officer that has a high workload and give it to a manager in that division chief position. So we really see this as improving the overall service of the fire department and allowing the training officer to be more focused on training and allow the division chief to manage the programs. And it would fall in line to a similar position of the agencies around us, and I think would help balance our administrative load. That's why we're making the recommendation.
Okay. So what does the administrative captain do?
The administrative captain is there to onboard the 12 EMTs, to supervise, do the scheduling, make sure that they do their onboarding and their initial training. And then with the BLS unit, we've talked about ALS calls versus BLS calls. There's going to be a large amount of quality assurance. We need to track the calls that they're going on, and we need to ensure that the paramedics that are giving patients over to the BLS team, their appropriate patient care, and that if we find that there are any of those that are inappropriate, that we dive into those proactively to reduce liability to the city and ensure that we're putting the proper patient, the proper ambulance. So it's a frontline supervisor, more scheduling, making sure the people are there, supporting the people, but then also doing the quality assurance side of that. So it's kind of two different levels.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that information. I still feel like I definitely agree with the 12 BLS ambulance staff. But I feel like there needs to be a cut somewhere. So I just have to think about it some more. I'm done with my comments for now.
Deputy Mayor, just to address your question about the administrative staff, the last administrative staff position we added was in 2002. And since then, we've opened 2 extra fire stations, 1 additional fire engine, and 2 additional ambulances. Adding 12 EMTs would bring that total, plus a captain, would add that 28 additional personnel, since we've added another management position.
This is a very significant addition of personnel and some tough decisions, but I think that you have made the case, and the VFFA representatives have made the case that we need the staffing and we need the 2 new BLS ambulances. And I believe you've made the case that in order to get these 12 people hired up and deal with the turnover that we've got, that we need to have the administrative support. So I would offer the motion for us to purchase the 2 new ambulances and the 12 firefighters, along with the division chief and the HR analyst. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much for the presentation and definitely for all the background. I mean, knowing that we haven't added another, administrative position in 21 years is definitely a pretty big deal. So that was good history, Mr. Usher. I know you've been here for 26, 27 years, so you've seen all that. We'll let you know we are going to miss you. And, I know we have a retirement celebration. So I'm looking forward to partying down with you. But I definitely feel like this is a need. And, you know, I want to say thank you to the Vista Firefighters Association. I know for years, you know, we maintain an amazing level of service for our community, and having a 100% paramedic response has been epic. But as you guys know, with the survey of the 65% of the calls being BLS, we need to have some EMTs to take the workload off of you guys. I know they work 48, 96s, and if you got to work an extra shift, that's another day away from your family. And some of these guys are working 4 or 5 days in a row away from their families because we don't have EMTs that are on our staff that are actually firefighters. So I also feel like it's going to be a great tool for recruitment. It's going to be a great tool for the DEI aspect like we spoke about. So I definitely support this a whole lot. I was very, very concerned with the additional costs. I'm not going to lie, much like Deputy Mayor Contreras was, because for the 2 ambulances, they basically pretty much pay for themselves. You know, I mean, we get paid for the calls. So having 2 more ambulances keeps our response times between 0 and 8 minutes. Every minute counts in an emergency situation. And knowing we can get a BLS guy on site to make a determination, they're being triaged at the JPA when the 911 calls come in. So this is a huge change in your MOU as a fire department. And I know that as a body, sacrifices, you know, had to be made, and you guys are having to say, hey, how do we trickle in these new dinky EMTs who aren't as qualified as all of us paramedics? And there's gonna be a learning curve, and there's gonna, you know, probably be a big culture shift a little bit from, you know, who are these new probies on the ground who are just EMTs and only been in school for a little while. But I am super happy that the Firefighters Association and my chief officers really put the safety and public safety of the citizens above anything else and said, hey, we want to address the needs that are at hand. We want to make sure that our call response times are adequate. And if that requires a change to our MOU so we can help with recruiting and help keep the community safe, that's what we're going to do. And I know none of my council puts any price on human life. There is no price that we could pay that is too much. Obviously, we want to make sure we're fiscally responsible, but knowing the increase in personnel, the increase in population, and the lack of infrastructure to kind of catch up with that, I really appreciate you guys all working together. Hashtag one team, one dream. Love it. So thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate you making the motion, Mr. Mayor, and I will proudly second the motion. And I appreciate all of the information and all of the education that was given to us as a council, because without educating us as to why we're spending $1 million+ we don't do that crap. So I know everything about ALS and BLS and more stuff floating around in this brain than I probably ever should, but that's a testament to how hard you guys work. And also personal shout out to McDonald and Saldana and the crew who met with all of us council members. Thank you.
And Councilman, for clarification, I wanted to include the administrative captain in the full recommendation made by staff.
I second the entire motion as recommended by staff and as made by the mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much for this item. And congratulations, Deputy Chief Usher, for your retirement. It's going to be really exciting to celebrate you. I'm in support of this item as well. I don't want to speak too much at length because I see that we all support it. But I can understand the concern about adding a division chief or an administrative captain in particular, because administrative and managerial duties are important, and we want to make sure that they are properly funded and that those duties are being performed fully and sufficiently. And as a division chief, being a manager of the programs, and an administrative captain being responsible for so much, including scheduling, I can see it being of benefit. But I do want to contextualize kind of my perspective in the conversation and recognize that the reason why this report is being brought before us by higher levels of management staff is because volunteers with the Vista Firefighters Association, Mike Saldana and Pat McDonald, along with a multi-person committee, volunteered their time to research this topic because they knew that their brothers and sisters did not have the equipment coverage that they needed. So they took time off the clock to research and discuss and create, a plan and an argument for how they were going to advocate for themselves and for their brothers and sisters within the fire department. And I learned that the study that was conducted was paid for by the International Association of Firefighters, which saved a cost to the city, right? So this volunteer effort of this labor group, along with the support of a larger labor parent, the International Association of Firefighters, is something that we should be really grateful for. So going forward in support of adding a division chief, I want to make sure that in the future that our management within our fire department is doing the full duty expected of them to make sure coverage is there and to make sure that you're advocating to us and letting us know that these are the needs that you have, because we're about to spend $1.2+ million for new equipment and new personnel, and it is well worth it because everybody is stretched really, really thin, and the public needs those services more than anything we provide in the city. It's life or death. So it is absolutely worth it. And in the future, I want to make sure that we don't have to depend, that the city doesn't have to depend on volunteer participation in order to get this advocacy done. And I just want to give a huge shout out, yes, thank you to Mike and Pat for your work on this. And thank you to management for hearing that and for doing your duty to bring it before the council and providing this report for us tonight. And I'm grateful that they had a resource with the International Association of Firefighters. I don't know how much it would have cost to do a study like this through the city, right? That's a cost savings for us as well. So thank you, everybody involved in this process. And I'm really, really looking forward to the relief that is going to be experienced with these additional resources. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, definitely. It's just, and I have to say this, it's just so frustrating when we sit up here, we get our report, we're asking questions, like everything's totally fine, we're doing great, we're meeting all our mandates, and then it's like, oh, actually we need 12 more personnel. We need, another captain, another division chief. So I hope that this doesn't ever happen again, because we need to be able to forecast what our costs are going to be in a much more appropriate manner than just, this is an emergency, we need this right now. Luckily, we have a good financial footing, but that might not always be the case. We need to be able to build, forward and be thinking about what our future needs are. Which is why, again, I'm just going to throw the plug, North Santa Fe, we need to figure out a fire station there, because looking at the utilization rate, we're projecting up to 2025, we're at 23% in 2025, and you're telling me that 25% or greater is not okay. So by 2026, we're going to be in the same boat. So I want to make sure that we're thinking about that when we're talking about our budget, when we're looking at allocating more property, that we take into consideration what we need to keep the public safe. So the last thing I want to say is that what looks like the hottest spot here, that's the county, that's the jail, right? So I really don't appreciate the city having to spend so many of our resources, our money in this area. Our budget is not as big as the county's budget. And I really think we need to advocate to the county and say, you know what, we have a disproportional relationship right now. This is not okay. And they need to figure out how to relieve us of the critical responses that we're having to that service area. I just don't think it's okay. I don't know what we need to do as a council, if we need to put together a letter that's really just saying, hey, this is not okay. We need to have more funds appropriated from the county to help relieve our firefighter paramedics that Vista residents are paying for with their tax money. I just don't think that's okay. And beyond a letter, I'm going to go talk to people directly, but something needs to change there, because that to me is a critical failure from the county. So anyways, other than that, I totally support the motion that's on the floor. It's unfortunate how much money things cost, but we need to keep people safe, and it seems like this has been a long time coming. And again, please, please, please let us know as the situation's unfolding. We're not going to be upset if, during the biannual report, there's like, hey, you know what, you should be thinking about this. I know I want that. I'm sure my colleagues on this council, we want to hear that as soon as possible. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the vote.
As we cast our votes, I would just say that I agree with you. I think that I've already had a preliminary discussion with our county supervisor, and I intend to have more. And I think we should perhaps think about a resolution from our council asking the county board of supervisors to reimburse us for the costs that we bear in the medical response to the jail. That would be appropriate. Councilman Green.
I just want to say one more thing. While I was meeting with the city manager yesterday, Dan O'Donnell came by with his baby and was really happy. He did say he was bummed he didn't get to vote on this item, though, because he appreciates you guys, and he talked to you about it for so long. So, Dan, if you're watching the council meeting, no, I told him you would have voted yes, too. That's all. Thank you guys again for your time and work.
Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. That'll take us on to our next discussion item. Item D4, our Vista 2050 General Plan Update. Our Acting Community Development Director, Patsy Chow, will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members. Patsy Chow, Acting Director for Community Development Department. Very pleased to be here this evening on this general plan update discussion item. And a lot of hard work on this, and so definitely exciting to be here tonight to give you an update. I just want to take a moment to introduce the members of our team that are here tonight, part of our presentation. To my left, Brooke Peterson, principal in charge with Rick Engineering. And behind me, we have Michael Ressler, principal planner. He's our project lead on behalf of the city. And also Hannah Sherns, the assistant project manager with Rick Engineering. These guys have been working really hard since we started in 2022, and most recently with the workshop, the series ones that, with the visioning for the city of Vista, which I'll let Brooke go into more detail about that in the presentation. But we definitely have a great team that's working hard to ensure the success of our general plan update, and for something that we can be proud of for years to come, because we have a horizon of 2050. That's a lot of years. And definitely we want to ensure success and that we are moving forward in the right direction. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brooke, and she's going to go into her presentation. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give you an update. Rick Engineering is just excited to be able to partner with you to do the general plan update. So I just want to take an opportunity here to give you an update on both kind of where we've been to date and where we're going. Patsy already introduced our team. So just a quick recap. I did share some of this information back in June when we gave our kind of initial update, but just a really quick recap. The general plan update is required by state law But more importantly, it's an incredible opportunity for the city to look forward, to create a new dynamic vision for the city, and to really set the framework for how decisions, such as other discussions we've heard tonight, are made. It's a comprehensive and long-term document, so that's why this process is going to be very thorough and take some time. And it'll really provide that guidance and help prioritize decisions that are made related not just to land use, but public services and other items. So at the outset of the process, we set some goals. The intention is to build off the strong policy framework of the existing general plan. There is a lot of content, a lot of policy direction in there that is still good. So we're going to be working from that, coupled with the feedback and outreach that we will be getting throughout the process, as well as new legislation that has come down from the state. We'll be incorporating a lot of, primarily along public safety, social equity, and environmental justice, but some other items as well. A quick recap of where we've been since we last presented to you. We have prepared a pretty detailed, lengthy existing conditions report. I'm going to go through some of the detail on that, kind of the key highlights of that in just a moment. We have a comprehensive project website set up that really provides a complete set of information, both of events coming up, where we're going, a description of the process, as well as is going to house all of the documents and information, both that we prepare and information we get out of the public outreach. So, for example, I'm excited to share with you some of the feedback we got at the workshops, but all of that, all of the just raw data is posted on the website. So it's really an amazing resource and just a great opportunity for transparency to the community on what we're doing. We've developed a comprehensive outreach plan. I'll share kind of the highlights of that as well. And then we've hosted, as most of you know, their first round of workshops throughout the city. So a quick description or definition of the existing conditions report. So it's really a comprehensive look at the existing conditions across a variety of topics, and I'll share those with you. But we go through the existing characteristics, and then from those define some findings and make recommendations that are going to inform the general plan update. It's intended to, and it really did serve this through the workshops to be a source for discussion with the community and other stakeholders, as well as with your staff and with you. It's going to inform, as I mentioned, the general plan update. It really identifies both kind of constraints for the city, issue areas, as well as opportunities for how development happens, where growth occurs, where new employment opportunities are, et cetera. And it's really the launch point as we then move into kind of thinking through the change. We've been kind of in the stage of looking at where we are today, and it's really that launch point to look at where we're going. Here's just a quick rundown of the topics that we looked at. A couple of key things I want to note is that these really reflect the elements that we have to look at in the general plan. The general plan won't be necessarily organized this way, but it really does directly inform where we go with goals, policies, and the land use plan. And then an important note, that second bullet item there, this is going to be founded and kind of supported by a lot of market analysis to really lend some market reality and make market-based decisions as we look at the land use plan. So I want to highlight the key findings out of the existing conditions report. I know that you've received the full lengthy document, so we'll leave the pleasure reading for you for later. But just some key highlights, looking at population growth and sort of area growth. Vista's population is estimated to increase by almost 6% by 2050. And there's quite a bit of land, over 3,000 acres within your sphere of influence, which is this kind of shaded area beyond the colored, just inside the dotted boundary, that has potential to be annexed into the city, should it wish to do that over the next 20 years. Based on SANDAG jurisdictional forecast information, there's quite a bit of residential growth, 4,465 units by 2040. But an interesting note is that's estimated or forecasted to be more through multifamily residential growth than single-family unit growth. Looking at that data, we note that the existing land use designations that are present in the general plan wouldn't necessarily allow that growth to occur in that way. They have too low kind of development intensities and densities to both facilitate that growth as well as to support the transit investment that has occurred. Looking at mobility, a key finding was that there are traffic calming measures that you've done an extensive amount already in the city, but those really need to continue. And the report identifies areas for those opportunities. Looking at student population, it's interesting to note that though the population is going to increase by almost 6%, the actual enrollment at the school district is anticipated to decrease. And then portions of looking at kind of social equity, I want to note that the report really includes a lot of analysis of social equity and environmental justice. That's what this map here is, and it shows that there are areas in the city that, though by the strict definition of the state and CDC's disadvantaged communities, there's no communities in the city that strictly meet that. But what this map does show is that there's certainly areas, primarily to the northeast and southeast of the city, that have a significant amount of either low income and areas that are very vulnerable. And looking at the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index, which looks at factors, about 16 factors that influence a community's vulnerability to pressures, there's a lot of areas in the city that really lead us to consider them very seriously in how we grow and what the goals and policies and the priorities of the general plan need to address. So as I mentioned, we've put together a community outreach plan, and we've really prioritized just a comprehensive, open and transparent outreach effort all the way through this process. As I mentioned, we've got a website, and we've really tried to be thorough in the explanation of the project and what we're doing, where we're going, so that there's really clear information on how to get involved, how to have a voice, and how to give us input. We'll be coming to you regularly. We're excited to do that. And then we have in-person workshops, the first series of which, as I shared, we've just concluded. We'll be doing the same series, coming to each of your districts, again, when we have prepared a series of land use plan alternatives, and then we will do it again when we have that draft general plan document. We've also been active in pushing information out through your social media outlets, and then we've done some limited flyers, but I anticipate that as we go into that next series of workshops, we'll be trying to do some pop-ups and other more kind of on-the-ground events to reach and encourage participation, so I anticipate a little bit more hard copy information at that point. I highlighted the workshop series. Just to reiterate, we are doing those one in each of your districts, and I'm kind of excited to share some of the unique abilities or opportunities that gives us as we looked at the feedback that we received. And then, as I mentioned, our website, vista2050.com. Hopefully you've all been there multiple times, but it's here, so hopefully you can visit it and encourage your constituents to go to it. So in addition to the existing conditions report, which we shared in pretty good detail at the workshops, we provided an overview of the report across most of those topics in the body of a presentation, as well as detailed exhibits of information that were available in the room at the workshops. And then the other half or other component that we did in the workshops was visioning. So we encouraged the community to really think through where they want Vista to go in 2050. And we kind of helped them think through first what a vision is, clarifying and helping them understand the significance of it and that it sets direction for all the future planning efforts, and that it's going to form the foundation and really embody that foundation of the general plan as a whole in terms of goals, policies, plans, priorities, et cetera. So we did a group visioning exercise, which I know 4 of you participated in, and I just wanted to thank you for the honor and just the support for you to participate. It was great to have each of you in each of your respective districts, so it was wonderful. For the visioning exercise, we used a series of Post-its to write notes as well as images to help just encourage members to think through what they would want to see. We provided a whole range, mostly ideas and concepts for what they would want to see, some of perhaps what they didn't, to allow them really to have an objective look at where they want Vista to go. We encourage them to put on a board like you see here, both, like I said, both kind of comments and words as well as pictures. And then once they had compiled and put this together in groups of, I think they were mostly around 6 to 8, then we encourage them to take all of that to actually create some sort of vision statement. So I'm going to just highlight the key themes that we heard in each of the district workshops. As I mentioned, we really kind of saw some, it was doing one workshop in each of the district gave us some unique opportunities. We found both some key themes that were common across all of the workshops, and it also allowed us to kind of see the nuances and the uniquenesses of the different districts in the feedback that we got. So in District 1, primarily we saw the desire for improved infrastructure and community resources, educational opportunities and facilities for seniors, also recognizing the desire to preserve the history of Vista and the culture and diversity of Vista, and certainly to provide greater opportunities for affordable housing. And I'm going to let Patsy read the vision statements that were prepared.
So the vision statements in District 1 was, queremos una Vista más limpia, segura, inclusive y saludable, meaning we want a Vista that's cleaner, safer, more inclusive, and healthier. Mejor alumbramiento, more sidewalks, sunset campus, parques bien distribuidos. So better lighting, more sidewalks, and I think they're referring here to the Sunset Campus, the adult school, and parks that are better distributed.
This was a unique opportunity for us. This was our first fully complete Spanish workshop, so all of the materials, all of the presentation, all of the discussion, et cetera, was on Spanish. So it was an incredible opportunity to offer the citizens in that community. In District 2, our feedback was a desire to see more. We saw a lot here on just kind of facilities and recreation. So recreational facilities for children, maintaining the integrity of neighborhoods, improving the walkability and safety. We saw some on kind of housing and neighborhoods, so looking out for preserving the transition between higher density and lower density areas. There was support for higher density in some areas as long as it watched out and protected the integrity of the existing neighborhoods. Their vision statements were looking for Vista to be a city that offers many different opportunities for different, diverse people, and everything connects in a meaningful way. And just in simply put, another one was a more inclusive Vista. District 3, again, looked at more programming for youth, community events, activating space, more parks, open space. So here there is really a theme for just that greater opportunity for both healthy recreational activity as well as that social interaction. There was also a desire to see higher quality kind of entertainment opportunities in terms of restaurants, and to utilize vacant buildings for new uses. Their vision statement was, for Vista, we'll have an accessible, controlled, sensible growth in urban areas, but will maintain its rural nature, embracing our perfect climate. Another group said, a community where community character is maintained along with diversity, safety, and technology. And last but not least, District 4, again, was looking at more community facilities, recreational opportunities in terms of park space. They also looked at protecting the neighborhoods and preserving Vista's small town feel, recognizing its history. Again, as you can see a theme here, improving walkability and addressing traffic concerns and safety. And then, not surprisingly, that this is the district with the business park. They wanted to look at their business park and how it supports the local economy and local employment. They also felt like in their neighborhood there needs to be more affordable housing, as well as senior and veteran housing. So vision statements were the ability to change, adapt, and make the right things happen with equitable access for all, accessibility to affordable, diverse housing, a community feel with less industrial look, city programs with community inclusiveness. Another group said growth with effective design standards that honor the existing character of neighborhoods, including parks, open space, trails and amenities, traffic circulation, community gathering spaces and events that bring residents together. And last, I think well put, Vista should come together as one neighborhood by embracing and connecting the diversity of our community. So it was fabulous to see a lot of the overlapping agreement and the overlapping themes. So key takeaways, as I kind of read through all of the districts, a lot of support and desire for recreational opportunities, green space, active spaces, a lot of support for housing of different types, maintaining the existing character of Vista and its neighborhoods, and then a desire to see higher density housing and higher quality restaurants. We definitely heard throughout a lot of the conversations just greater, and particularly from the youth that participated in the workshops, a lot of the desire to see more entertainment options for them so that they could stay here in Vista. And I didn't say it earlier, but it was really exciting and fun to have a lot of youth. We had in each of the workshops, we had a lot of youth participation, more than I am used to, so it was really fun. So just a quick note on where we're going. As I mentioned, we've been sort of spending time looking at where we are today, and we are going to be looking at preparing the revisions to the document. So we've started to look based on that, the workshops and all those vision statements I just read, starting to look at the visioning sections of the document. We'll be going through the goals and policies, and that's the existing documents, or the existing general plan documents, goals and policies, legislative change requirements, and then moving into what we want to add based on that, the vision statements and that outreach. We'll come back to you with another update based on the goals and policies review later in the summer. We're also going to be looking to start preparing our land use alternatives. And we'll be doing our next workshop series, which will be outreach on those alternatives later in the summer, possibly early in the fall. So just a quick, even kind of further out snapshots, that means that we'll be doing the land use alternatives through the fall. We'll be looking to select a preferred land use plan before the end of the year. We'll be preparing the full document, all of the elements through the beginning of 2024. We'll be going out for public review of both the general plan document as well as its associated environmental impact report towards the summer, and then hopefully adoption by the end of 2024. So with that, I'll answer questions.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, Brooke and Patsy, for providing this presentation, and the whole team for everything that you've done. I think that this has been an incredible process. I feel very blessed to be serving on the council at this time where we are updating our general plan, because it's a very positive and also intimate experience with the community. And from some of the community statements that people were able to draft and, synthesize all of this information together, coming up with such wonderful statements. I really appreciated the statement that everything connects in a meaningful way. I think that was one of my favorite ones. I think it came out of District 2. And even though we are 4 separate districts, we're an interesting blend of urbanizing and still rural areas. And I think that there's such a great opportunity for everything to connect in a meaningful way with what our public uses are, with how we're zoning things, with an emphasis on safety and inclusivity. So I thought that these exercises were really valuable. I loved getting to know more residents in District 3. And I think my only kind of bit of feedback is going to be around kind of marketing and outreach. So before we had the workshops, I love to get on the ground and, knock on doors and just bring people out to meetings. And I requested, some flyers to be printed, the ones that were prepared for the District 3 location workshop. And I went to some neighborhoods off of Olive and knocked on some doors and talked to people. But the materials that we had available to us for the marketing of the update of the general plan, I don't feel like they really communicated very succinctly what we're doing. I think we're a little bit more technical, right? And so some of the language can be more inclusive to invite people to, I might not do the best at this. It's been a long meeting, so I'm getting kind of tired, right? Using language like help shape the future of your city, right? Or, join us to discuss the general plan to understand what Vista will look like in the future, right? So being able to use more kind of down-to-earth language to market to people to get them to participate. But I was happy that I did from my canvassing. I got some new participation from residents who had never participated before. And that person who I got to come out has continued to participate in city events and things like that. So I'm really pleased with the link that people have to just self-determination and wanting to make their city better, and the work that we're doing to update our general plan. So wonderful work from our city team and our consultant team coming together and making that communication really solid. I just would love to see in the future the marketing and communication of these general plan workshops and updates being a little bit more down to earth and painting a really nice picture of your feedback helps to put the puzzle pieces together of what our city is going to look like for the future, right? But other than that, amazing time. Really loved it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And thanks for the feedback. We'll consider that moving forward.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I too want to echo just, thank you so much for everything that goes into getting the public out and, having these different exercises and putting everything together for the council to see. And I just think it's so interesting to see all the different connections within the districts, right? I mean, we look at Vista and it really is a distinction between each district, but the feeling that Vistans have, they're pretty unified on some of these asks, whether it's both preserving rural character and looking at density options and understanding, there's a huge sounding from the community about affordable housing, right? I think folks are really concerned about, can I have a family? I already have a family. Are they going to have to live somewhere else? Can they live here? So being able to address that is really critical because we definitely, the cost of housing it could be really challenging for folks to stay here or to move here, depending, right, on the situation. And Councilmember Melendez, you actually pointed this out, right now to me, the higher quality restaurants and less fast food. I mean, I'm totally about that. Even though it was really sad when the Wiener Schnitzel left, but it was probably for the best. But then it just got replaced by more fast food, right? So, yeah, I don't want to have to go to some of these like elite coastal cities to get a good, healthy meal. I think it's so critical for our folks here in Vista to be able to have healthy food options at a price point that works for families, that works for, our working class folks. Like you shouldn't have to leave your city to meet your basic nutritional needs. And, I still have a huge concern about the Vons leaving, and the fact that, we possibly have a food desert. I don't know what we can do as a city. I don't know if we need to have a municipal co-op, but I really want to be able to attract better food options, because I would have never, like, I've heard it in the community, but the fact that it came as one of the key takeaways across districts, I just really want to highlight that, because we've been so friendly and amendable to fast food restaurants, and we probably are just way too saturated with them at this point. I mean, some people want to be able to go to a place where they can sit down and have a good meal, right? I know every once in a while I have to escape to, Urban Plates off Calle Barcelona, and I think that's like Encinitas. It's like the border of Carlsbad and Encinitas, but I would love to have more options like that. And it's so cool because I went there recently. I can't remember what day it was, but there were a ton of families and it was super diverse. And you wouldn't think that, in this like really rich area that you would see, like, I just wouldn't picture that you would see that much diversity, but it was dinner time, right? The price points were pretty good. And there were tons of people eating, right? And it had that outdoor plus indoor. And I was like, man, we could have this here in Vista. I don't know if it has to be Urban Plates, if it could be something else. If they're hearing me, probably not hearing me, but, hey, figure out how to come to Vista. But I want to have more of those options. We don't just want to be a place where you come and have a beer. We want to be a place where, maybe you have a beer and you have like some grass-fed steak and some quinoa, a nice salad, right? A great tomato soup, organic, natural ingredients. And we have this incredible history of agriculture and, being a city of makers. And I think we could have a more unified vision where we could really lean into that. It can be part of our branding. We talked about it in our Vista Economic Development Strategy. So yeah, I'm just excited to see some of these district-wide, multiple district across the city, overall key takeaways, because I just know that we can make it even better here. So anyways, thank you so much. And I want to thank Patsy too, because you're so just like knowledgeable, and I can't even believe how many languages you speak. Like, I had never heard you speak Spanish, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to speak next. I mean, I don't have your vocabulary in Spanish. So it was incredible. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. It was fun for me too. I really enjoyed that. I think it's the dream of a planner is to be able to communicate. And I'm not talking about languages, but just basically be out there and be in touch with the reality, because what we're doing, like we're saying, is shaping the 2050 horizon, and that's a long time. I mean, I may not be around then, and what knows, God knows, but the reality is it's that participation and what you're talking about. So I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it was great to be able to have that type of participation and commonality of this one goal, like how are we going to look like in 2050, and what do people want to see, and what kind of processes do we have to implement in order to get there. So super appreciative. And yeah, that's all my comments. Just thank you. Thank you again.
Councilmember Green.
Hey, thank you too. I had a whole lot of fun. Green Table did great. Also, want to shout out Darcy, who was at the District 2 meeting there, and she's been at this building since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Props to you. But really, this is great. It's good to get out there in the community. I sat down at a table. We had a guy at in our meeting, a gentleman named Conrad, who's got a lot of ideas and a lot of opinions on the city, and I could tell he was a lot, and I'm like, I want to sit at his table. So it was awesome to kind of have a really good, witty banter back and forth with him, and really hear about his concerns, because people's concerns weren't the same concerns I had, and it was just good to kind of have them all shared across the board. So I do agree with the marketing standpoint, and that's why I wanted to kind of press my button right here. Is we didn't have a ton of people we had good turnout, don't get me wrong, but I feel like, again, like what Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Melendez said, the importance of these meetings and actually what we're doing when it comes to changing the landscape of the community and the land use designations and things. It's the most important piece of our job, because when we change those land uses, we either get loved for it or hated for it. You know what I mean? So it'd be really good to get as much participation as possible so that future councils don't have to do the GPAs. Yeah, those aren't grade point averages, I found out. They're general plan amendments. I used to be worried about a GPA when I was in school. Now I'm worried about it as an elected official. So the fewer of those, the better. So that really comes down to making sure that we plan well. And I know things evolve, cities change. One thing about the restaurants is, there was this big drive away from sit-down restaurants. We had this Famous Dave's, what I loved, because they called me Famous Joe every time I went in there, and had the best pickles ever. But the truth is, people stopped going there. And when we had this big restaurant for sale, nobody would buy it as a big restaurant. And I remember when somebody came in and was like, I want to bulldoze it and make it a Raising Cane's. People were like, no, it's not going to work. But Raising Cane's and that area actually ended up being a great benefit to us. We do have a lot of drive-through restaurants, so I'm into getting some new shopping centers, some new sit-down restaurants. But I don't want to take away from the fact that when I dated my wife, by the way, shout out to Babe, May 2nd's my 25-year wedding anniversary. I'll be flying to Greece on Saturday for 15 days, so you won't see me at the next meeting. But when I started dating my wife, I used to have to go to Carlsbad for every date. My first dates were in Restaurant Row in San Marcos, RIP Restaurant Row. But I'll tell you what, knowing that we have a sushi place here in town, we got a nice pizza place, we got some great places over in Shadow Ridge. There are nice restaurants here, but we do need to continue to build on that, because Vista should be and can be and already is, in my opinion, a destination city. And by working collaboratively with our community to make sure that we get their input, I think is an amazing thing. So planning, you have a tough job. Project manager, thank you so much for facilitating these meetings. As you saw in my meeting, you probably had 45 different personalities with the 45 different people there. But at the end of the day, I felt like we all came together and had a really good collaborative mission statement for Vista, which was, we love this place, man, and we wanted to work together and make sense for our whole community. Although we are one district, we're still one Vista, and we want to make sure what matters to us matters to others. So thank you so much for that. I look forward to your next update. And next time we mark it, we'll do some live videos, we'll do some mailers, and maybe a contemporary dance on a corner with a sign or something. I volunteer. Have a great night, and thank you so much.
I, for one, look forward to seeing that.
I was going to say the same.
I think you did some great work with the outreach sessions and meetings. I like that we've started to come up with some vision statements. I would like to see us, when we did some survey research on Measure Z, I don't know, it was 5 years ago. And I think we got about 1,000 residents of the city of Vista to respond. It was about 600 via email and 400 over the phone. It was done by a scientific polling firm, works with a lot of cities. And what I'd like to see us do is I'd like to see us proactively solicit the engagement of that kind of number of our citizens by creating a survey that speaks to some of these vision statements, to ask if our residents resonate with them. And also, after we test a couple of vision statements, I'd like to see us test, do you want to see more of this product or more of that product? Do you want to see more high-rise, high-density, or do you want to see more single-family? We can look at that information geographically by district. We can look at it across age groups and really have some scientific data that would help us to understand where we're going to end up, what the outcomes of the new policies or the policy changes in this update, how our citizens connect with those ideas on a larger level than the super citizens who showed up at the meetings and engaged and took the time to do that and understood how important the general plan update was, and we commend every single one of them. But the people who, as you say, it's very difficult to concisely communicate how important and big this is for our community. So I say let the chips fall where they may. If we have a fairly worded survey that we're able to get people's feedback on, I'd like to see what they think about these issues. I mean, these a lot of big issues that we talk about all the time in the community: more affordable housing, density of housing. You know, I'd love to see where people are at on all these ideas and see, you know, and I'd like to ask them, do you think more of this product should be built in, say, you know, within 1,000 feet of your home? Let's get a flavor what they want to see, what they, you know, because if we proactively solicit that kind of feedback and here's the key, we got to make this bite size. We got the vision statements. Those are pretty bite size. There's some things in there that I could ask somebody, do you think you agree with the following statement? Do you strongly agree with it? Somewhat disagree, right? That would be interesting. And then if we get into some basic statements about where we're headed with policy changes, I think it'd be very interesting. So those are my thoughts, but good work where we're at. We got a long ways to go. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Just a question, clarifying question, Mayor Franklin. So are you suggesting a poll like the one that you brought up regarding Measure Z, or are you suggesting like a poll in the nature of kind of like how we solicited information about the Paula Vista Park name? Because I feel like one of them has a really big cost associated with it and the other one maybe doesn't.
Yeah, I'm talking about something that's a little bit more formal that might be expensive, but we've set aside quite a budget for this process, and this is going to shape one of the more important things that we have control over for the next decade, or actually beyond. We're going out until 2050. So, I mean, I think we probably have the funds. It's probably a $45,000, $50,000 expense to do it and do it right. But do we have those kind of funds for outreach and to figure out where the community's at on this? Or do we need to?
We'll bring the budget to you in a month, and you can see how much money we have left.
Well, the meetings that we do, I mean, I'm thinking back to, my God, we spent $500,000 on meetings for Bub Williamson Park. And I don't know that those meetings, because we just took everything that got said in the meeting and we mushed it all together, you know, and we came up with a beautiful result, right? I love what we did at Bub, but I think we could have gotten input from a much larger number of people at a much more efficient cost point. These meetings are not cheap. They're super expensive. And, you know, if we look at, like, what was our total number? Did we have 100 people across? What was the total number of participants across all four of residents?
We had a little over 80.
Okay, so we had 80 participants in 4 meetings. I would just suggest that dollar for dollar, that a scientifically conducted piece of survey work would really have the potential to bring in the opinions of as many as 1,000 of our residents, and do it in a way that I would suggest we'd all sit up here and have a conversation about what the script's going to say, you know, and maybe we each get 2 questions in it or something, you know, because I think we'd all like to know. I'd like to get the input. we could probably spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on the next 80. I don't know what you're charging us for these things, but I'm just saying we spent $500,000 on the research for the park.
Mayor Franklin, I mean, Brooke and I were just talking when you were presenting this idea. We have our website right now, the platform that we have, the Vista 2050. And I think we can easily use that, and Brooke can expand on that.
If I may just offer a suggestion to see if it meets your objectives. If not,
the website doesn't get anywhere near what I'm talking about at all. Because what I'm talking about is a survey that is designed to be understood. I mean, the whole thing has to be written on the front and back of one sheet of paper. And it has to be, you can test the vision statements, and you can test one sentence, not 5, but one sentence about the outcome of the policies. And you're going to get between 12 and 15 questions, and then you're going to have significant drop-off and significant increase in cost. So I'm just saying there's no equivalent model of receiving input from the public that is equivalent to a proactive seeking of survey respondents. Otherwise, you get this enormous, participation bias, right? We might be able to get 1,000 people to answer a survey online, but we're not going to be able to do what's called stratification, which is saying, okay, our population is X amount over the age of 75. We look at those bands, we look at the ethnicity bands, we look at the income bands, and we have a sample that matches or is stratified to match our population. That's something that a data scientist can do that we're not going to do, with all respect, with a website. But please tell me about the website's ability to seek input.
Yeah, and I'll just offer, if it doesn't meet the objectives, then we'll come back with an alternative. But our website platform does allow us to distribute surveys. So we are experienced in preparing the surveys with, the appropriate questions that solicits what we're looking for in terminology that's, kind of common vernacular and less technical. So if we wanted, we could prepare a series, take that community feedback, formulate some draft vision statements, and use that platform to distribute a survey, seeking input and feedback on that. It could be just the vision statements for, like, sort of like, disagree, et cetera.
Yeah.
We could also ask a series of questions associated with those vision statements to get some of the nuanced feedback that it sounds like you're looking for.
I don't know that you're going to get 2 bites at the apple. You're going to get one opportunity to do it. And my concern, again, with that is without a stratified sample and without the ability to ensure that the responses are, match the general population, then we're going to be probably very far off from what might be representative. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
this is one of the things I do in my business is survey research, and I studied it at the collegiate level, and it's really a science. I don't do the work myself. I work with professionals that's all they do, and I'm just saying there's certain things that, and I think you could be of great assistance in writing the script to put some of these ideas and help work with the council, put these ideas into common vernacular. But then I think it would be worth the money personally. It's we're talking about a 15-year future of what we're doing here. It's stuff that people actually, of all the things I'm here for, 8.5 years now, and most of the stuff that filled this council chamber was land use. So, dogs off of a leash was number 1. Don't ever touch that again, okay? My advice to you as council members, never touch the leash laws ever again.
I wasn't here for that.
Trust me, please don't ever do it again. It's everybody's unhappy on both sides. John remembers. But the other stuff that packed the council chambers primarily, and it does routinely, is the land use stuff. So people care about it. It's important. It's about the future of our community. It's about the mark we're going to leave on the community as council members. So, and if people are all for something that I didn't think they were all for, then I'll look at it and go, well, they're all for it. But we're going to spend how much money on public input?
What's the budget, Brooke? Do you know off the top of your head on what our budget is for public input on this thing? It's like a couple $100,000.
It's about 150, I believe.
So we got $150,000, and how many more public events are we going to do?
We have, let's see, 8 more workshops. So, but that doesn't count potential pop-up events, you know, showing up at farmers market with a booth, things like that, at your
Yes,
strawberry
and-
festival, a lot of
Take
kind
8
of
times
events like that.
3, and we're going to be at 240 participants. And I'd like to see, you know, and it's also, it's a you know, there's a sort of a response bias in who shows up and wants to spend all day long or even 2 hours talking about these ideas, where if I call you at home and I get you to answer a survey, then I'm only going to get 15 minutes maximum of your time, but I can ask you a lot of questions there if the survey is designed properly. And by your gender, ethnicity, geographic area that you live in, all the markers that you have as a member of the community, if you want to answer my survey, then what I have as a survey researcher have to do is go find another person who has all the same demographic markers you do, get them to answer it. That way I have an adequate representation of the people who come from your area, your level of education, all the things that, sort of make you representative within the larger community, and you get that kind of academic level of analysis. So, we're going to spend $150,000. We could stop, spend $45,000 on a really representative piece of survey research, but we need to spend a lot of time and thought with the script and make sure that it really gets us some information that we'd like to have. I just think that would be really important. I think it would give us a real window, and we can do, the meetings and we get 20 people on average to show up, but if we really want to say that we proactively sought the impact of the input of the community, I think that's what we would do. That's my thought. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Now, what you were talking about is built into the cost. So I'm okay with that. I think council pause off the survey because then it becomes a political thing with leading questions. I just don't think that's okay. There's a tendency for that to happen. So I would rather our consultant take the reins on that. And, if we are not getting the type of results, this is a long process, then, at that time, maybe we can discuss spending, $45,000, $50,000 on an additional survey. Because, the last time we did a survey, I think it was $35,000. I wasn't on the council during this whole dog leash discussion. I remember actually being in the audience and witnessing, and there was like horse trading going on, like, please, let's go back on this. And I also wasn't part of the council that authorized the survey in regards to cannabis. And I just didn't think that was a good amount of money to be spending on a survey. But anyways, I'm glad that we had this discussion, because I am all for a survey that's built into the costs of doing the general plan update. So I think that'd be great, English, Spanish, and then we'll see what kind of responses we get. I don't want to have anything to do with formulating the script, the questions, none of that. I think, that's why we hired a consultant. So I would be comfortable just letting you take the reins on that one.
And I wouldn't have a problem seeking verbatim responses, but I don't want to be shown percentages and pretend that they're representative of the community if we don't have a stratified sample and somebody who is a data scientist and specifically does survey research for a living. It is, people that do that, and they do that only. So it is a very skilled, science. But I'd be happy to seek verbatims, which is, doesn't have any, that basically you're asking people to tell you in their words, and you wind up getting, 20, 30 pages full of paragraphs of what people had to say about what you ask them. I'd be happy to look through those. Those are always interesting. Any way we can get more people involved, the better. But I would just suggest that an actual piece of survey research would give us a real window into what people are thinking. So if we want to know what the community, we want to get a better idea where they're at on these ideas, rather than just allowing, and I said 240 people. The reality is there's going to be the same 40 people are going to be in every set. When we get 80 people to show up, 40 of them are going to be the same. So do we want a very small number of people to dictate the outcome of this, or do we want to actually get the community involved? That's where my mind is at. Seeing no other requests to speak on that, we're on to item D5. Thank you very much for the presentation and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Our final discussion item is regarding Earth Day. Councilmember Melendez asked for the item to be on the agenda, so we'll ask her to introduce it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking through this final portion of the meeting. So I am bringing forward tonight a resolution of the City Council of the Chartered City of Vista, California, commemorating and supporting Earth Day's call for environmental citizenship and action. This past Saturday, on April 22nd, it was Earth Day. So I thought it would be fitting for us to not only acknowledge the work that the city has done to take action on the calls that Earth Day provides, but also to step forward and make a commitment to taking action in the future. So I will read the resolution now. The City Council of the City of Vista does resolve as follows. First, the findings. The City Council hereby finds and declares the following. Earth Day is held on April 22nd every year and serves as an opportunity for individuals and communities to recognize the need to protect our environment. And the City of Vista has taken action to show our commitment to improving our environment, practicing sustainability, and protecting natural resources. And the City of Vista implemented a climate action plan in 2012 to address climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions from activities within the city and by identifying threats and strategies for adapting to future environmental conditions caused by climate change. And the City of Vista implemented a single-use plastic ordinance to ensure businesses providing convenience items would be held accountable to reduce their waste, and will ban harmful styrofoam containers by July 1st, 2023. And the City of Vista has hired 2 community improvement workers to address litter and keep our environment, including our waterways, clean of trash. And in 2022, the City of Vista joined Clean Energy Alliance in order to provide renewable energy options to customers, and the City of Vista worked to obtain state funding for solar panels for the Civic Center. And whereas the City of Vista, with the leadership of the Vista City Council, wishes to continue its commitment to improving our environment, practicing sustainability, and protecting natural resources. Therefore, the City of Vista resolves to develop our community, establish land use designations, and build public infrastructure in a way that is conducive to a sustainable city, protect open spaces and conserve natural habitat within the City of Vista for the benefit of wildlife and the public, increase the number of parks within the City of Vista so residents will have more green space to enjoy for their enrichment and well-being, expand our tree canopy, plant native plant species, and build urban forests in an equitable way so that all residents can experience the relief and joy of trees in their neighborhood. Enhance our municipal climate action plan to meet the environmental needs of future generations and support regional efforts to reduce carbon emissions. and further educate the public about our city's sustainability efforts and what individual actions residents can take in order to reduce their personal carbon footprint. And I will make a motion that we adopt this resolution tonight. Thank you so much.
I think it's a great resolution, and I'll second your motion. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, fantastic. This is great. Thank you so much for putting so much thought into this and bringing it forward. That's it.
I do not see any other requests to speak, so we have a motion to second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously, and that brings us back to oral communications, and we don't have any more requests to speak, so that will bring us to comments. How about our Assistant City Clerk? Our City Clerk? City Attorney? City Manager?
A couple things, Mayor. Thank you. Both Congressman Levin and Senator Feinstein are supporting and including the Emerald Complete Streets project in their community project funding, which is a federal earmark request. And Senator Padilla has included $2 million for West Vista Way Drainage Improvement Project in his request. I'm also happy to report that Senator Padilla included a $6 million budget request for the Rancho Minerva Middle School Safe Routes to School project. I'll keep you posted on the progress of these, and I also want to commend city staff on the great job that they did working on these funding proposals. The Vista Youth Commission invites the public to attend and participate in its Chalk Art event in honor of National Child Abuse Prevention Month on Saturday, April 29th, 3 to 7 p.m. at the McClellan Senior Center. The Public Arts Commission has announced 2 artist calls, one for a new kite at North Santa Fe and Adobe Estates Drive as part of the Kites Over Vista program, and another for a Pride exhibit at the Civic Gallery. For information on these artist calls, visit vistapublicart.com. And last, please mark your calendars for June 10th for the city's annual paper shredding and e-waste recycling event at 9 a.m. here at the Civic Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I just have a few updates. As you're a representative on CEA, Community Energy Alliance, we are not meeting in the month of April, but the subcommittee to recruit a new CEO has been meeting, and we are going through that process. So it's going along very smoothly. And then also, SANDAG has another regular meeting coming up. The big topic for this upcoming SANDAG meeting this Friday, April 28th, is going to be the 2025 Regional Plan Workshop. So we're doing a lot of long-term planning for the city of Vista, right? But we also want to think about where do we fit regionally. So I encourage everybody to, you can participate virtually in the SANDAG meeting. So please join that meeting virtually, or come down to San Diego with me if you want, and share your voice about our 2025 regional plan. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Just want to give people an update on the REC committee for NCTD that I chair. That's the Rail Safety and Community Enhancement. We continue to learn a lot about quiet zones, and it is very complicated to get a quiet zone, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's quiet. But I just want to tell people I'm still advocating super hard for us to have a grade separation at Vista Village for the sprinter, because eventually that we're going to have 15-minute headways, which is great, but not so great for traffic circulation, especially because Fire Station 6 is right there and they're super busy. And if you've ever been on that intersection, you will just see first responders all day long. So it's going to take a lot of work from the city, because we actually have to be a lead jurisdiction on this. We don't really have the capabilities to be a lead jurisdiction on a grade separation. That's not what we're built to do, but we can partner with NCTD, and there's a lot of federal money right now, but the timeline and the window is shrinking. So I'm going to keep advocating for that, but I look forward, because the city of Vista does have we want to look at multimodal connections to the Vista transit station, right? Because right now it's not super safe. I mean, I take public transit all the time, and just trying to leave the transit station to get into downtown, you'll be just waiting forever to cross, and cars go really fast through there. So anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. There's still a trash pickup effort every Wednesday at Luz Duran Park. Anybody who is wanting to know more about that, you can contact the wonderful team captain, Jovita Serafin. And she only speaks Spanish, but she's really good at using Google Translate, which she does with a few people. So if you want to connect with her, let me know, or you can look at their social media. It's Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio. So if you need help finding that as well, just ping me and I'll help you out with that. But thank you all for a robust discussion. I didn't think we would make it to 10 p.m. I actually thought this meeting was going to be a little less time. But here we are. Have a good night.
Councilman Green.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I actually serve on the Encina Wastewater Authority, which every time there's a Taco Tuesday, there's a rush into Carlsbad on Wednesday, my friends. But I want to make sure you guys know this is an outdated facility here in Carlsbad, built in the early 80s, and we are doing a lot of capital improvements. I sit on the Capital Improvement Committee, and as rate-paying sewer residents in the city of Vista, you may be seeing an increase in your sewer rates over the next couple years, simply because of the infrastructure that we're going to need to be improving, whether it's treatment facilities, propellers, air quality adjusters, you name it. I'm learning more about trash and solid waste than I ever thought I would. So know that we're doing good stuff to make sure every time your toilet flushes, it goes away. You best believe if it didn't, it would be a big problem. So I appreciate being on that board. Lastly, I just wanted to end my comments with just recognizing Andy Valenta. Andy Valenta had one of the best smiles in the fire department. Not that all you firefighters don't have great smiles, but Andy just made me feel warm every time I saw him. His wife, Kaylee, his daughter, Lily, and Grace, I know they miss him tremendously, but anytime that man walked in the room, he lit up the room. And I know that Kaylee and Lily and Grace miss him every day, and I want them to know that the city of Vista loves them like their family, and they're still fire family in Vista. And should they ever need anything, we support the Valenta family, and you can donate to the Andy Valenta Melanoma Research Foundation as well online. So look that up. Andy was a 33-year-old gentleman who passed away in the line of duty. So Mr. Valenta, love you. Vista Fire, thanks for all you do. And thanks, colleagues. Thanks, staff. Looking forward to going to Greece on Saturday. Happy 25th anniversary, baby. We made it this far. Woo!
Okay. Thank you to everyone who participated today and to my colleagues. We want to invite everyone to our groundbreaking of the Townside Drive Complete Streets project, Tuesday, May 2nd at 10 a.m. We'll meet in front of New Haven Youth and Family Services at 216 West Los Angeles Drive. This project will help transform approximately 1.2 miles of Townside Drive and West Los Angeles Drive by constructing sidewalks in missing areas, making ADA improvements, and generally improving pedestrian access, mobility, and safety. The project begins construction next month and is expected to be completed next summer. The city's Recreation Division has partnered with I-9 Sports to offer several new sports programs at various city parks this summer. Programs include basketball, flag football, soccer, baseball, volleyball, and multi-sport camps. Visit i9sports.com for more information. This past Saturday, the City of Vista participated in I Love a Clean San Diego's annual Creek to Bay cleanup. 45 volunteers descended upon the Buena Vista Creek Trail and collected 1,490 pounds of trash and 50 pounds of debris that can be recycled. Today, we want to adjourn our meeting this evening in honor and the memory of Barbara Manino. Barbara was the past CEO of the Vista Community Clinic, where she worked for more than 30 years. Barbara was a huge supporter of the Moonlight Cultural Foundation, was a member of the CSUSM Foundation Board, served numerous nonprofit and philanthropic organizations, and was an amazing supporter of the City of Vista and the San Diego region. She will be greatly missed, and we adjourn tonight in her honor. Thank you all.
Mayor, if I could make one more statement, sorry. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize that this is Chief Usher's final meeting, and he has been with the city since 1996, and I just want to commend him for all the hard work he's put in and his effort with the city of Vista.
Woohoo, let's go, Chief Usher. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.